morning. Did I throw it away?
What?
You threw the stupid question away?
I can't believe
It's
you threw
right
it
there.
away.
Oh, no, it's right there. All right. The first African-American astronaut to travel to space attended Overbrook High School, was born in Philadelphia. Who is he? 215-263-WMMR is the number, and we are going to go to Don and see if we can get the answer. Hey, Don, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Don, first African-American astronaut traveled to space, attended Overbrook High School. What is his name, please?
His last name is Buford Jr.
Say that again?
Buford Jr.
Buford?
Yeah.
No, that's incorrect.
No.
Sorry, buddy. Nope. All right, we're going to go to, we'll go to Sarah. Hey, Sarah, good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, Sarah, who is this we are speaking of?
I think his name is Guion Bluford Jr.
Yes, Guion Bluford, yes. Hang on the line. You got it right. Sarah, we are going to set you up with a pair of tickets to see The Head and the Heart and The Revivalist Wednesday, July 12th, Skyline Stage at the Man. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. Complete info at WMMR.com. Yeah, he was born in Philadelphia and rose to the rank of colonel and was on the 1983 Challenger. He did a few different services or trips into space, and that was his first trip in 1983 on the Challenger. Yeah, so happy birthday, everybody who checked in, and thank you for the calls. And let's see if we can get some stories to pass along to you. We're going to start with an unfortunate one that Steve and I saw this morning. The release date for Tom Sizemore's next film has been confirmed, as the actor's family said they are thinking through a, quote, end-of-life decision.
Oh, no.
After he had suffered a brain aneurysm recently. It was a few days ago, like a week or so ago.
I didn't realize it was that bad.
Yeah, it was due to stroke. The star was hospitalized. He's 61 years old. On February 18th, after suffering the brain aneurysm, he has been in a coma in the intensive care unit of Providence St. Joseph Medical Center in Los Angeles ever since. And on the 27th, yesterday, Sizemore's representative, Charles Lagos, shared a statement regarding his current critical condition. The family said today's doctors informed his family there's no further hope and have recommended end-of-life decision. The family's now deciding end-of-life matters. He said, and a further statement will be issued on Wednesday.
61.
Yeah. The Saving Private Ryan star had been busy working prior to suffering the brain aneurysm, which means that he has several projects still to be released. Imperatus is Sizemore's newest film. It's an indie horror. Will be given a limited theatrical release starting on March 3rd. He did an interview for the film recently and spoke highly about it. He has, of course, a history of addiction and run-ins with the law.
Bad addiction problems.
Including a 2003 conviction of assault and battery on ex-girlfriend Heidi Fleiss. And more recently in 2020, a civil suit filed by a woman who claimed that he groped her on a movie set when she was 11. But he did deny the claim. The suit was later dismissed. In 2013, he authored a memoir called By Some Miracle, I Made It Out of There, about his history with addiction. The Associated Press in the interview had stated, or he had stated in the interview, people could tell if you were drunk. So then I was like, hey, look, let me find a drug that I feel comfortable in my own skin. And I did. I found a drug, and it was called cocaine. I did it for a while, and then I found an even better drug, and it was called heroin.
Oh, man.
So he was hooked on that stuff.
So he was on a couple of the, was it Sober House, Kathy? Or
He was on something we were watching. I think
yeah.
it was the Drew Pinsky one.
Yeah, so there were a couple of those, you know, and I actually remember I joined he had a site, like it was like a quasi-porn site to get some audio from that. This is
Clickety-clack, bag of bones, bitch.
That's him talking about Heidi Fleiss.
I didn't hit her.
And again, talking about
I didn't
Heidi
like
Fleiss.
her.
Wait, so I think they were on the same time, right?
I think they were.
Yeah, so it was definite. I watched that season. And I mean, he was one of those ones that you ended up kind of liking.
Well, he had a horrible, as they often do, childhood, and so that's where he ended up. But the thing is, he's so damn good. Like in Private Ryan, he's, all these movies, he's excellent, and you're hoping for him to get better.
Yep.
But Preston, it seemed like a solid 10 years. It looked like he was going to check. I mean, maybe the case could be made that he's been living on borrowed time anyway. But I mean, wow, 61 is still too young.
He recently reflected on his career, both past and future. And he said, I believe that I have a second act coming and that I need to start doing more dramatic roles and stay away from the bad guy, military, and cop roles. He has 34 projects that are either in post-production, production, or pre-production. And he was said to be appearing in Cobra Kai Season 6 as JT Taggart, which will be the Netflix hit's final season. That's too bad. That could have really helped him out, man.
What?
It hasn't been confirmed how many episodes that he will appear in, and I don't know if he filmed them all or not. But,
He made a good appearance on It's Always Sunny, too. Do you remember that episode, Case?
No.
Yeah, he was properly loony, but yeah.
Wow. So they're looking at end-of-life decisions right now, so he's not going to make it. That's sad news. This is more sad news, but there's a follow-up to this. On Monday, Hayden Panettiere's family revealed that her brother Jensen's cause of death, he had died unexpectedly at the age of 28 earlier this month. The family said in a statement, though it offers little solace, the medical examiner reported Jensen's sudden passing was due to cardiomegaly, or an enlarged heart, coupled with aortic valve complications. So it was just a heart issue that he had. His mother, Leslie Vogel, father Skip Panettiere, and sister Hayden said Jensen's heart could be seen in his eyes, and his charm and his brilliant, engaging smile. His soul is masterful and revealing paintings, and the joy of life in his dry wit.
They could almost be twins. They look a lot alike.
Yep.
We're looking at a picture of them.
They added his charisma, warmth, compassion for others, and his creative spirit will live forever in our hearts and the hearts of all whom he encountered. So that was sad.
That's sad.
All right, we need something a little brighter,
Happy
a little
now.
more light. So, excuse me, Courtney Cox received her Hollywood Walk of Fame star on Monday, become the 2,750th person to do so. Her former co-stars, Jennifer Aniston and Lisa Kudrow, were there to celebrate. Aniston said, "We're very honored to be here today to speak on your behalf as your coworkers, your friends, and your family, your sisters." Kudrow chimed in and said, "It's been that way since we met almost 30 years ago." And at this, Aniston quipped, "No, not 30 years ago. That's a typo." Together, they recalled first meeting Cox and poked fun at her quirks before sharing touching tributes. Kudrow said, "Courtney, we just want to say that we're deeply, deeply proud to know you. You are the definition of a truly beautiful, talented, and what's most important, a truly good and decent human being. Thank you for enriching our lives personally."
So, you remember her from, obviously, the Bruce Springsteen video, and then she was in Masters of the Universe, and she was popping up in all these things. She would be like the girlfriend. But, while all that was going on, she's like an interior decorating whiz. So,
really?
Within the Hollywood community, she got in front of a lot of people because that was her thing.
Oh, that's how she...
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of sounds familiar. Are all the Friends cast on the Walk of Fame?
I don't know. I don't know who has received them.
She might be the first.
She might be the first.
Because I'm kind of surprised that she's not on it already.
Yeah, and they'll get there. The other ones will most likely get there.
Did you see that Friends thing at the King of Prussia Mall? Like that, it was like that happy
Like a
place.
pop-up store or something? No.
Like the happy place that we went to. Remember we took all those pictures? It's that, but it's
Were you in the meeting
Central
last week
Park?
when we talked about it?
I guess not, because
Oh.
I was seeing pictures of it pop up, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
Is it
I don't
designed
remember
like
it
Central
You
Park?
don't remember
Yeah.
that either? Oh.
I don't remember it either.
It must be the same company that's doing the other things,
Morning
right?
show meeting?
Yeah. It was brought up because we had a big thing, big board meeting, and I brought it
Yeah.
up, and they're not advertising with us. And
I see.
Okay.
yeah.
Bastards!
Yeah.
All right.
We spit on it.
What else do I have here for you? Prior to the 29th Annual Screen Actors Guild Awards, where Sally Field was presented with the Life Achievement Award, the actor remembered her Mrs. Doubtfire co-star, Robin Williams. She said, "There isn't a moment of that film that's not filled with my love and joy at being in his presence." She said, Robin was Robin. He was everything he seemed to be: generous, loving, sweet, genuinely talented man. She said, "We all miss him. He should be growing old like me, for God's sakes, and I hate that he isn't here." Of course, he suffered from Lewy body dementia and died by suicide in 2014.
Another sad thing. Well, good for her, though. I love her. And she's in Places in the Heart, one of my favorite movies of all time.
Michael B. Jordan was dubbed People's Sexiest Man Alive in 2020 for a reason. And on Monday, the Creed 3 star shared a joint Instagram post with Calvin Klein showing him modeling the brand's underwear, and fans were not disappointed. One user simply wrote, "Mother of God." Another commented saying, Lord, forgive me, for I have sinned. I lusted in my heart for this man, and I'm asking you to cleanse my mind. The dude is in phenomenal shape.
Yeah, he just came off Creed, and then he's maintained that physique for quite a while.
You know what I love? There's a series of videos, you can find tons of them actually on YouTube, of celebrities surprising their fans. And there's a scene, and I think it might have been in Philadelphia at a high school or a junior high or something like that. And the kids are in the gym and for some kind of meeting. And he just walks in, and they go crazy. Like he just comes, he's unannounced. He just comes walking in, and people go nuts. And he's just smiling ear to ear. It's a really cool moment. I love it when stuff like that happens. Arnold Schwarzenegger says, I'm back, baby, in his first trailer for his explosive new action show, which is called Fubar.
Okay.
The teaser clip from Netflix features the action legend smoking a cigar, zooming through the streets on a motorcycle, and loading his gun in a warehouse. However, in a glimpse at the show's more tongue-in-cheek tone, the trailer adds with Arnie getting a sack tap from his co-star Fortune Feimster.
Oh, that's cool.
That's great.
Fortune Feimster's is a co-star?
Yep.
Excellent.
Hey, Steve, do you remember which action movie the word Fubar came into? I think the American lexicon?
Was it a
Saving Private-
Schwarzenegger?
And it was not a Schwarzenegger movie, believe it or not.
Saving Private Ryan.
It was. Well, it was
It's used in Saving Private Ryan.
All right,
Do you have one that predates that?
before that, Tango and Cash.
Oh.
Tango and
I didn't know that.
Cash was the
Okay.
first time I had ever heard it.
I'm assuming it may have been around for a long time.
I think it's from the military. I think it
if
goes
they were
back to
using
World
it,
War II.
If they were
no
using it
kidding.
in Saving Private Ryan, they probably didn't.
Or maybe they reference Tango and Cash and Private Ryan.
They probably
that
did.
was it.
They
Maybe
probably
that
did.
was it.
When Hanks is like, when they're going up in the beach landing vehicle, he goes, please let me honor the memory of Tango and Cash. Tango was the well-dressed one, or was that no Cash?
No, it was Tango.
It was Tango.
And
you would
it
think
was the other one. Yeah, you're right.
you would think that Cash would have been the one
Who had the money to
obsessed
buy-
with investing.
I know.
And that was actually Tango.
It really
was-
did. It did start in World War II.
Yeah,
How about that?
there you go.
Cool.
But here comes Tango and Cash getting all the credit.
Not too much is known about the new show yet, but Fubar is billed as a spy adventure series created by Nick Santora, the writer who has also worked on Prison Break, and The Sopranos will be overseeing Schwarzenegger's first scripted television project.
I enjoyed that show, Prison Break. Did you ever see any of that?
Did not see it.
Yeah, it was good.
No. The
Involved
official
in prison.
The official synopsis reads, Luke and his daughter Emma have lied to each other for years, both of them not knowing the other is a CIA operative. Once they both learn the truth, they realize they don't actually know anything about each other.
Sounds a little like True Lies.
And you know what? And True Lies could have turned into a series.
It was supposed to be a franchise at a certain point, and that fell apart. Yeah. So I guess this is sort of similar.
Because the wife, Jamie Lee Curtis, gets brought into that world, and obviously the daughter would have eventually been brought in, who was
Yes, we love her to death.
Yeah.
The
Dushku.
Eliza Dushku. Yeah.
Do you guys know that there's another acronym that came from World War II that's similar, which is SNAFU?
Oh.
So Fubar is effed up beyond all recognition. SNAFU is situation normal, all effed up.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Interesting.
See?
Fun facts.
We need world wars to get cool phrases.
Yes, that's if anything, we get cool phrases from world wars.
And everyone down talks them.
By the way, Schwarzenegger plays Luke. His daughter Emma is played by Top Gun Maverick's Monica Barbaro.
Oh, yeah, she's good.
Which one was she in the
She's
movie?
one of the female fighter pilot.
Okay. Yeah, she was great. Alongside the pair is Jay Baruchel. He plays Carter. Aparna Brielle stars as Tina, Andy Buckley as Donnie, and Gabrielle Luna is Boro. So we will look for that. I don't know when that is coming out. This made my day.
Okay.
The official, to Apple TV Plus has released the official trailer for the third season of Ted Lasso. Came out yesterday. I saw it this morning. Made me happy.
I have yet to watch it.
Good.
Made me very happy. I need Ted Lasso right now. So I cannot wait for this to happen. It's coming back on March 15th, by the way.
Is it yeah, we're probably going to, they're popping it up here, I think. All right, cool.
Yeah, it's set to the tune of You Can't Always Get What You Want by the Rolling Stones, and it shows a glimpse of what is to come for AFC Richmond ahead of the season premiere on March 15th, and it looks like there's going to be ups and downs, as you would imagine. So,
Yeah.
Yay, I'm happy about that. Entertainment Tonight spoke with Jennifer Coolidge at the Screen Actors Guild on Sunday, asking her what she thinks of the Twitter campaign to have Pamela Anderson star in the next season of The White Lotus. And Coolidge said, "Oh, wow. I just recently saw Pam's documentary, and I called 100 people to watch it. And I swear to God, we all had the same reaction. It's amazing. And you finally get the real story, and she's got this huge comeback." Anderson addressed the possibility of herself recently on the Drew Barrymore show, and she said, "I heard about it. I want to watch it, but I heard everyone loves it, and it's crazy, and I'm up for anything." So you never know.
Did you watch that Netflix, her documentary?
Did not, no.
I watched it. It was really well done. What it is basically, it's kind of framed in an interesting way. She goes into one of the closets in her house and pulls out all these tapes and videos and so on and so forth. And she's looking through all that, and it kind of takes her through her life.
Okay.
But you remember at the end, like it was about a year ago, that she was starring in Chicago?
Yes.
And we were all saying, does she even sing? Is that part of it?
Right.
But she did do it and got rave reviews. The role is a role you can sort of talk sing.
Okay.
You know.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
All right. We're ready for clips now. Here we go. Outer Banks is back for a third season of Summer Loves, Fights, and plenty of cliffhangers. And in this clip, actress Madison Bailey talks about her fans.
Honestly, when the trailer dropped, we had a fan base before the trailer, when the trailer dropped. There were fan accounts already, which was crazy.
Shut the up!
Outer Banks Season 3 is out now on Netflix. You guys watch that, Case? Your kids watch
You
it?
know what? I tried. My kids watch it, though.
Okay.
My
Yeah,
son
same.
is watching it now.
I felt like I was watching a real life Scooby-Doo. And
Yeah.
I was like, I've got to get out of this.
Okay.
I think it's pretty big in teenage land.
I think that's where it rests. Yeah. All right, next clip. Love can be found in the most unexpected places, and love after lockup proves this to be true.
I was watching the coming attractions for this thing.
In this clip, Chance talks about his life post-lockup.
Had all that stinking thinking from the cell block in my head. And then at the same time, I felt behind on everything mentally, socially, financially. Like I didn't own anything. All my clothes were in prison.
I don't think I want to see it.
What?
This guy.
This guy?
Oh, they're all like that. It's like, you spent 7 years in jail. You come back here expecting loving every day?
Life After Lockup Season 5 airs Fridays, 9 p.m. on WeTV.
Not exploitive at all.
Nah, not at all. All right, and there you go. Your entertainment report for this morning. Oh, where did this come from? It was Groban's birthday yesterday. I had no idea. Okay. All right, we should take a break. We're going to have joining on the program this morning, Chris Turner is going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight around 9 o'clock. We're going to talk to him. We have a few other things to get to, including Tattoo Tuesday, as I mentioned earlier. We'll be back in just a moment. Hang out with us. Why don't you?
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Fast food or fancy food?
Schnitzel.
Schnitzel?
Yeah.
Do you like schnitzel?
It's not bad. It's it's good. I mean, it's not great, but yum. Yeah, it'll do it.
Is that what Christoph Waltz is eating during Inglourious Bastards?
No, that's strudel.
Strudel, okay. Because I love me some strudel.
Schnitzel is very sweet.
Yeah. Do you know what schnitzel is?
Is it? No. Is it a baked good? Is it a salty baked good?
It's pork.
Oh, then no.
Fried pork.
Okay.
Essentially, it's like a fried pork tenderloin, so it's not anything like a schnitzel.
I don't like it much. Yeah.
You don't like schnitzel?
Nah, I'm not a big schnitzel
I mean,
guy.
I like it. It's good enough. So anyhow, Schnitzel Fest event in Bavaria, Germany, apparently used 400 pork chops, 4,000 eggs, 551 pounds of breadcrumbs to create a giant schnitzel. And the resulting schnitzel is 2,663 pounds.
Wow. People must have been schnitting for weeks after.
That's good, dude.
You knew it was coming.
I just took a hairy schnit.
753.5 square feet is how big it is. I've had schnitzel in Germany, in Munich. We were having dinner, and I'm like, how can I not have schnitzel?
If you're going to have schnitzel, you have it there. So what did you think?
It's good. It's not great.
It's not rocking your world.
No, it's good. I'd order it. I've had it at other places as well, too.
It's funny when you have something that you think is authentic and then you later do have the authentic version of something and your opinion of it changes 180%, 180 degrees, I should say.
Organizers say it took nearly 3,700 gallons of oil to fry. A Guinness World Record adjudicator, how do you say that word?
Adjudicator?
Adjudicator, thank you. Was on hand to verify the schnitzel's measurements.
They called me the schnithead.
And certify that it broke the previous record of 1,212 pounds, so it blew that record away. And it was then split up into 4,800 portions and sold to attendees at the festival.
Yes, we put it on a conveyor belt and it comes right out to Schnitthorn.
Keep going. Do more.
What were you going to say? You were going to say something.
Well, so it's just a pork chop, basically?
Yeah, I don't know if it might be the tenderloin case. I'm not 100% sure what part of the pig it is. But yeah, it's like a fried pork chop or a fried tenderloin.
Yeah, I never really cared for pork chops.
Oh, man, I do love pork.
I know, and people, like my father loves them, and I like them only if they are incinerated to the point.
No.
That's the only way I can eat
You got to get them juicy. All right, well, anyhow, they made the biggest one in the world.
What cartoon has a character named Schnitzel?
That was Chowder.
Chowder, that's it.
And
okay.
Schnitzel would only say rattle, rattle. He never said anything other than that, rattle, rattle.
I was looking for that, and I came across something that says schnit in the bathtub, so I'm going to
Go ahead, let's hear what that is.
I don't know what that is, but...
Oh, no, someone decided to take a shit in the bathtub. Not again.
You know what that was from?
What is that from?
That OxyClean parody. You remember?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, that was funny.
That was very funny.
That was...
Where they add the dialogue.
Just take this effing thing right over here and rip this. Oh, look at that. Someone schnit in the bathtub.
Oh, no, someone decided to take a shit in the bathtub. Not again.
Not again.
I saw this story. I thought this was kind of interesting. A pair of panties belonging to Adolf Hitler's wife, Eva Braun, sold at auction for around $6,000 over the weekend.
Oh, geez.
The pink...
Put on the panties!
Yes, the pink...
The ones that I like, the pink ones!
The pink silk panties, embroidered with Braun's initials, came from a private European World War II collection. They were sold to an anonymous UK telephone bidder.
These are like bloomers.
Who also bought her, you're right, they're huge.
Yeah.
Who also bought her white lace night dress for $5,000. You know there's some guy wearing these things staring in the, in the mirror.
Fatherland!
Yes.
Oh my God! You know, as obviously as staggeringly aberrant as Hitler was with all of his little things like his all the weird creepy stuff. Mm-hmm. Him having sex is at the bottom of the list of things I want to think about Hitler doing.
Yeah. Auctioneer Jonathan Humbert said that there was perennial interest in items from the Nazi Germany area. In the same auction, a bracelet presented by Goering's wife, Emmy.
I got you something.
Sold for about $3,000.
Oh, my gosh. He went to Javid.
The gold-plated bracelet dated 1938 has a central locket with a swastika and opens up to reveal a picture of Hitler, of whom Goering was a close confidant, of course. So there was a picture of Hitler in this locket that he gave to her with the bracelet.
That's right there. Too cute to not commit genocide.
Oh, my God. Happy wife, happy life. I actually said that phrase to someone the other day, a minute, and it's
the truth. Mm-hmm. Honestly, and you know when things, you walk in and you can feel it in the air.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
I know.
Oh no.
And then when I say it's because you're on your period.
Oh my God.
You said that one time and you never said it
Is
again.
it girl things? What did you say?
Oh my God. They turn into Rambo.
Yeah.
They turn into Rambo.
gonna get bloody.
It
I'm
is.
coming for you.
Oh my God, Kathy, what were you going to say? Oh,
Having my period, having to use the feminine hygiene products, spitting on us, calling us baby killers.
And we know it. It's so bad. I hate it, but listen,
Use it.
I'm going to be an animal.
I do
once a
again.
month.
As I've said, my it's pretty even keel. I don't have the Jekyll and Hyde thing. You know.
No?
Yeah.
God,
Never
you're
had that.
lucky.
What country was Hawaiian pizza invented? 215-263 WMMR. We will go to Kara and see if she knows the answer. Hey, Kara.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, Kara. So, do you know what country Hawaiian pizza was invented in?
Canada.
That's correct.
Yeah. They call that the Big Island, Preston.
Because it used to be, it was pineapple and Canadian bacon, which is essentially ham anyway. But I remember when you first would order, or at least I remember when I first ordered Hawaiian pizza, that it was advertised as pineapple and Canadian bacon.
There you go. Would never have guessed.
It's like a nightmare for me.
I love it.
Really?
The cooked fruit situation for me is
yeah,
like
that's
I'm out.
right.
I'm just out.
That's right. Any hot fruit.
Yeah.
There's a band name, Hot Fruit. Damn it. I got to write these down.
Romano, come down and see my new band, Hot Fruit. We sizzle.
We're sick.
They sizzle.
I'm sorry. Did I hear that again?
I'm Kathy Romano, come see our new band, Hot Fruit. Boys, we sizzle.
Hot Fruit. All right.
What do we
Anyhow,
play? I'm interested.
that's a good question.
Nothing but Shania Twain.
All night.
Let's go, girls.
All right.
Want some Hawaiian pizza?
Hot fruit.
And the director, by the way, is a guy named Jim Mickle. He's from Pottstown.
Jim Mickle.
Oh yeah, actually, he did a movie I've mentioned before, a vampire movie, a really good vampire movie called Stakeland.
No kidding.
Yeah, really well done.
Okay.
Kathy just got a message.
Kathy just wants
Everything
to.
okay?
Yeah, she just wants to listen to some music.
Yeah.
Turned over to B101.
Wait, I'm trying to win the
Station I
prize.
really love.
I'm trying to win Richard Marx tickets.
Can you guys be quiet?
Can you guys just take a break for a minute?
My name is RONANO.
Oh my God, thank you. I'm so excited.
I can't. I'm at work.
Yeah, you can't get more excited.
Yes. You can't get more excited that you just won tickets. I can't. I'm at work.
I work at WMMR. I do the morning show.
Well, can you go outside and scream?
Kathy at WMMR.com. You can't win this.
You could actually walk one block down and pick up the tickets.
Guys, I'll be right back.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
I noticed.
Just noticed more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
The Cold War. CW.
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. So all the jokes were told between Soviets but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person.
They're not clear on what the purpose
or was
of this
it for their
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at
So
the CIA.
there's a lot of Yakov Smirnoff stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, you want to hear the joke?
Please tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States is so free that he can stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, 'To hell with Ronald Reagan,' too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. Where? What?
No, I didn't say it
No.
was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing at a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, did you get him? He said, no, the line there was even longer than the line here.
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
You know, maybe you don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but... you told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Daughter Addie, who will be along for the ride and cracks up hysterically every time you dole out these shout-outs. Looking forward to the weekend's festivities and seeing you all out on the slopes. That is from Jacob B. in Bordentown, New Jersey. So, and he wanted a squeaker, too, if you wouldn't mind, for 5-year-old Addie, if you could.
Do it. Addie, are you okay? Here we go.
And also, it says here, P.S. Steve, as a town planner myself, it is about high time that Freddy Krueger, town planner, makes a reappearance on the show. It's how all how all town planning should be conducted, bitch.
Bitch.
That's what he says on here.
One of my favorite bits of all time is over here, bitch. And
Good school. This is going to be a nice promenade over here, bitch. And kids will have a place to play over here, bitch. We're going to put a gazebo in the park, bitch, for the bands, bitch.
By the way, so Marissa, is tomorrow the anniversary of the Daily Rushes? It's coming up soon.
Second, right?
It's the following.
She said
Her microphone doesn't work.
I don't get this.
Did they fix it, Marissa?
Wait, is it working now?
No,
It's not quite up to snuff.
Terrible.
It's working, but it's not what we demand.
Yell it.
I had to change it.
Okay.
It's May 3rd, but I put it on March 3rd by
May
accident.
3rd. She had the wrong. Okay.
All right.
I
Thank
like it works when you do it like that,
I like
Marissa. Yeah. Okay.
Say that again. Hang on.
Like this.
Yeah, there we go. All right. I can see the VU meters.
It's because she's really far away. She's yelling to us.
Well, we'll celebrate that another time. And then I wanted to pass this along. This is a butt plug, and I got this from Jim Lynch, who is the Food Resources and Operations Director at Manna on the Street.
We love Manna.
And he said, I wanted to reach out and see if you might be able to mention the fact that many families who have been receiving enhanced SNAP benefits, which are food stamps from the pandemic, are about to lose that enhanced benefit effective this week, Wednesday, March 1st. And that means food banks and pantries in 32 states, including Pennsylvania, are now preparing to be deluged with requests for more donated food to be distributed. And the reserves that we all have now are low at this time of year. And he says, I'm hoping that you might be able to briefly ask if your loyal listeners, myself included, could make a donation of non-perishable foods to the local food bank and or food pantry in this time of increased need. Thanks again for what you and your team do in the fight to battle food insecurity in the Philly area. We can't begin to tell you all how grateful we are to have President Steve in our corner as we battle food insecurity. All the best, Jim. So absolutely, we will mention that. So that's this week.
Yes.
That some people are going to lose their food stamp benefits. So if you have the means to go by and you can do it local, you can check them on Manna or Phil Abundance or all these great organizations, or go to your local shelter or church or wherever that may accept food donations.
Absolutely.
And hand some stuff out, please. That'd be great if you could do that. So that's the butt plug for those guys.
Yeah, so my son for school, he does service projects every now and then, and he was just at Phil Abundance like 2 weeks ago, maybe a little bit more than that, but he was still sorting. He was out there sorting food.
Oh, that's very cool.
And they're still sorting food from Camp Out.
From Camp Out. Isn't that amazing?
That's great. All right, so you know what else is amazing? the hard work that the team does at the Just Saying
Oh, my
Institute.
God.
Yeah, Just Saying, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind hitting that, that'd be great.
Just saying.
Thank you. All right.
Just Saying Institute, home of the Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi School of Dance.
Oh my God. They have everything at the Just Saying Institute. Absolutely everything
there.
possible. All right, so we're going to start with a weird stat from the Just Saying Institute, and the headline on this caught my attention. It says study: blue collar men have higher sperm counts.
Yeah.
Blue collar work and physically demanding jobs are associated with higher sperm counts and testosterone, according to a Harvard study.
So you want me to do the connecting here? A blue-collar person might be more inclined to be doing physical labor, which gets you in better shape. You're less likely to be obese or, not exercising, and all that is conducive to a higher sperm count. I rest my case.
Researchers surveyed 377 men with a median age of 36 years old. Scientists found that men who lifted heavy objects at work had nearly double the sperm concentration of men who never lift at work.
How?
Boom, and pow. One theory is that exercise can help reduce inflammation of oxidative stress, which damage sperm. I didn't know that. And interestingly, men who took part in physical labor at work had higher levels of both testosterone and estrogen.
Let me tell you, if you have a higher sperm count, you're going to make the fly honeys that much happier.
Yeah, pow.
Pow.
So yeah, they have higher levels of both testosterone and estrogen.
Isn't that wild?
So that's the female hormone. Interesting. Researchers speculate that excess testosterone
It's crazy, isn't it?
was being converted to estrogen to retain a balance of the two. So if you work really hard and you're doing a lot of physical labor, you might be able to knock out a baby here and there.
Why not?
Quicker.
You guys know me and my physical prowess and ability to, not get injured while doing something outside. But I had a job working landscaping for a while, and it might have been the best shape I was ever in my life. I slept great every night.
Doing physical labor like that, when I've had jobs that were similar, Nick, they were very fulfilling.
I remember starting that job and literally having to move giant tree roots and things, the huge tree balls and whatever. And I was way out of shape. And by the time I left that job, I was in much better shape. But, I wouldn't go to work in the morning. I wouldn't shower before work in the morning because obviously I was going to be outside and getting dirty every day. I'd come home, I'd shower, I'd have a bite to eat. And 8:30, I wanted to pass out every night. But I felt so good doing that job.
What are tree balls?
Oh, like a tree root ball?
Oh, okay.
It's like a tree vagina.
Not testicles. Yes.
It's a tree. Yeah, it's a tree vag.
Yeah, tree vag.
Yeah.
Okay, so that big burlap sack on the.
When we used to get our Christmas trees, we'd get them. They'd have the tree ball at the bottom, so we could plant them afterwards.
But they're very difficult to move, and you have to sort of lift them up.
Sure.
And
There's two of them. They smell like cheese.
Two, yeah, and you got to get your hand underneath them.
So I can't ever. I don't think I've ever had a super physically demanding job. I mean, I've worked physical labor, obviously, in kitchens and things like that, and I think kitchen work was the most physically demanding work. Now I've had, I've worked out and pushed myself hard in other regards and with sports and stuff like that. But as far as physical labor and a job goes, I never really had a hard labor job.
I'll tell you what, my Dunkin' Donuts. My main job, besides cleaning the bathrooms, they called me a porter, was actually taking in all the shipments. So they these 50-pound bags of everything that they made, the blueberry mix and all that stuff, would all come in, and I was moving stuff in and out all the time. That was my main job.
I told my buddy at the time, I'm like, yeah, I do kitchen work. I work hard, physical. And he was in construction. He's like, you don't work hard, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
In landscaping, there were days outside that were like this, where it was cold and rainy, but there were also days in May and October where it was just absolutely gorgeous. And you're working outside, and it felt really good to go to work every day and to come home. It felt satisfied.
Your job's a work-out.
Yes,
you're taking care of that as well.
And I think May is one damn fine month.
It is.
Absolutely.
It is. Yeah. It is. So anyhow, if you do happen to do a physically demanding job, according to this fairly small study, but it's a Harvard study, that you might have.
You're ready to shoot.
You get.
Oh my God.
You can knock a hole through a wall. apparently. So I don't, but, test it out today. Go take it out for a test drive and see what works. We got some calls coming in, but I don't know what they are referring to. Should I go to this call or not? What do you think? I will try it. Hi, Patrick. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, Patrick?
Hey, so actually, what Casey was saying during COVID, I gained a lot of weight just because, I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't, go outside to run. I couldn't, and I still had a physically laboring job, but it just made me gain a lot of weight. Well, last year, I joined a lumberjack team. I was cutting down trees and hauling them and stuff. I lost around, I'd say around 40 or 50 pounds within the first 2 months.
Wow.
There you go.
Damn.
There you go.
Yeah.
Pow.
Yeah.
And do you feel better too?
Yeah, I went to sleep a lot earlier and I woke up a lot earlier due to that job, just because every day I would come home and just lay on the couch because I was so tired.
I'm sure.
All those tree balls.
All right. No, but I remember that exact feeling that he's talking about. Like, you get home from work and you're like, all right, I'm going to shower, I'm going to eat, and I'm going to go to bed. And it was a really great job to have.
We should have our own lumberjack team do all that stuff.
Yeah, let's do that.
Roll on. What is that thing when you dance on the logs?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I want to do the one with the giant chainsaw where you go like, up and then down and then up again.
What about those? You've seen the ones where they just kind of come in and clamp on the side and basically unscrew the tree from its base?
I want to be able to do the climbing thing.
Yeah. Where you with the axe.
No. Where you just have you've got the spikes inside your shoes.
That's
and
awesome.
And use that thing that wraps around the tree.
That's so hard.
That would never. I would never, ever in my life be able to do that.
And
but it would be cool to be able to do it.
Yeah.
They shoot right the hell up.
Yeah, you go up. It's like a spider monkey heading up the tree. Yeah, it's crazy. All right, let me see. Just Saying Institute. Where are we going to go now? I got some really good stuff here. I want to make sure I get to all of it if we can. All right. Many people lie about their height on their dating profile, and it could be a sign of something darker. A study at the University of Padua suggests that those who want to be taller are more likely to show dark personality traits associated with psychopathy.
So like a
narcissism and Machiavellianism as well.
Okay, like a Napoleonic kind of thing?
I guess so. Researchers surveyed adults, asked their height, had them complete the Dirty Dozen Dark Triad Questionnaire, and they said that shorter people, especially those who wish they were taller, are more characterized by traits that are likely to make them show off, be confrontational, and interested in power. I think this is people who lie about their height, who lie on dating profiles and things like that. Not just wanting to be taller makes you that way.
Right.
I was 5'2" my entire life. It was on my license, everything. And I think because I do yoga so much, I am full 5'3".
You're 6'1".
You grew?
Like that's what? Yeah. Like last time I got my license.
I don't know what happened, but I'm huge.
No, stop it.
So you
stop
say
making me a
an
man. It's now. So my dad and I. This was a couple of years ago, and he measured me, and he's like, "No, you are 5'3". Like that's what you are now." So. That's the only thing I can think of.
Unless you were mismeasuring, but that's not likely that you do it all your life.
Steve, it was years. Like I would go to the doctor, and now I went to Dr. Mike not that long ago. I'm 5'3".
If you're extending your spine, if you use like gravity boots and things like that, it can change your height a little bit.
That's my yoga
through the course of the day. I think. Like, if you stand all day long, you're just minuscule shorter than when you started.
How tight do you keep your chastity belt? Because that will improve your posture. No, but you're right. If you were to do, like, the inversion boots or anything like that that would allow, I guess, everything to sort of...
Yeah, less compression on the spine. Yeah. They say when... for instance, when pilots use an ejector seat, they can be like an inch and a half shorter after that because the spine compresses.
Well, that hurt.
What?
Yeah. What? Well, wait. Me, la. What the hell happened?
Yeah, because it's an explosion, and you go up so violently fast that it compresses your spine. So,
Iceman.
Short men, it says, tend to have more narcissistic traits than short women.
Yeah.
But there was not a gender difference in terms of psychopathy and Machiavellianism. So
it's a little elaborate, but I think we kind of get the gist of it. Is that if you're going to you're lying about things, you're a little delusional. I don't know.
Well, girls want a taller guy. You know,
They just want to have fun.
They do. No, listen, there are some women out there who are like, I'm not going to date anybody under 5'11".
But now there's the short, the what they call the short king. You've seen that on social media. Women like because the perception is, and I'm just parroting what I've seen, is that they are more. And this was running exactly contrary to what you said. More self-possessed, a little cockier, maybe employing some of those character traits that you're saying, and that's what attracts women to them.
I just don't understand lying on a dating profile ever. Because you're
going to get found out.
You're going to meet that person, so why lie about age or height or anything?
Yeah, I'm 6'7".
In fact, and I've said this before, but like undersell yourself. Say you're shorter than you are. Say you're older than you are, and then when you show up, you
blow them away.
Yeah, you're like, hey, I look pretty good for 47 or whatever.
Yeah, I guess so. But then again, it's like it's like putting bait in the water. You got to get them to nibble. So
yeah, I'd rather have them nibble on a real fish than a fake one.
Okay.
Yeah, nibble on this fish.
Yeah, nibble on that.
Nibble
one.
on
this perch.
Nibble on my tree balls.
Okay.
That was,
what?
Is there a fish called a cockerel?
Yes.
Okay, you
yeah,
can nibble on
actually,
this
yeah.
cockerel then.
Yeah, you
or
could.
a mackerel? What's a cockerel?
A cockerel, I think, is that's a chicken, isn't it? Or am I way off on that?
It sounds like mackerel,
It
so
is
we're
chicken.
thinking fish.
Yes. Yeah,
It is a
Preston.
chicken. I was right.
Aha!
I got one.
What's all that fish doing in the chicken coop?
All right. Let me see what else we have here at the Just Saying Institute. All right. How about this? Are you guys friends?
Just saying.
Are you Facebook friends with rich or successful people?
No.
No.
It could reduce your risk of fatal heart attack or stroke.
I don't go.
Wait, it's
So I have accounts I haven't been on in years. I don't go on. The only reason I reactivated my Facebook account, Preston, was to use my Oculus.
Okay.
wait. So we are less likely to have a stroke if we're friends
if
with
you're friends
on Facebook
on
with
Facebook with rich or successful people. There's an American College of Cardiology study found.
This
so
is ridiculous.
the team, I know, that's why I was bringing these things up. The team used a machine learning algorithm to examine Facebook data and the potential impact of poverty on a person's health. Records of over 900,000 heart disease-related deaths showed that places with higher economic connectedness had lower rates of premature death. The same seems to hold true even in cyberspace. Social networks are important for health outcomes, according to the lead study author. Mechanisms to improve social networks could be established through your mentorship programs, internships, and school-based programs. What? This doesn't make any sense.
What?
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 I don't understand.
What the hell are you talking about?
What this has to do.
There was one angle of it that I might have been able to decipher, which is that if you are in a friend cluster that has people who are successful that could inspire you and give you hope for your chances to succeed, that's maybe a positive. But then you added on all that other crap.
But how does this reduce your risk of fatal heart attack or stroke?
You're more likely to eat fish. I have no idea.
More heart healthy.
Absolutely.
Okay, that was stupid.
Okay.
Burn it.
Yeah, we're
It's not.
moving
You
on.
can't just throw it away.
Just saying. Good boy.
How about this? Psychedelics can help people change their habits, including smoking. A University of Cincinnati study found.
Man, I'm watching How to Change Your Mind on Netflix, and it is a fascinating series. It's a great book, and they dive into what psychedelics are going to be legalized. MDMA is probably going to be the first one, but the aspersions that were cast about drugs like these in the 70s and 80s did so much damage to forwarding any of these the positive effects, and all of these things. Obviously, there is a caveat attached. Talk to your doctor about it before you take any of them.
So the negative, which obviously you can overdo it with these things,
yes, for sure.
But because of that, because of that press, so to speak, kind of held back on the clinical studies of the benefits of something?
Legitimate clinical studies on PTSD, on depression, on anxiety, on all of these things that affect so many people in a really positive way. And again, like it's not for everyone, but the positive effects were completely whitewashed by the negative press.
Okay.
And it was Timothy Leary where like they were like, dude, shut the F up. He kind of ruined it for everybody because he was an idiot about it.
On the plus side, he attended some killer seahorse party.
He did. Well, seahorses forever.
You know, there were
Seahorses forever.
They ended up in like party cultures and especially like MDMA. So yeah, there were people that were abusing the positive benefits of
but the
drugs
MDMA,
like
more so than the psilocybin and anything else?
it's probably going to be legalized first, and it'll be used in clinical trials to help treat serious issues like depression and PTSD.
Remind me what MDMA is, please.
Like Molly, ecstasy, that type of drug.
Okay, all right.
The crazy thing about that is that once you come down from it, like your serotonin levels are so depleted.
Yeah.
Well,
but it depends, and it depends on the amount that's used, and it's depend on how you use it. And there was a study that was done in like 2002 or something like that, where they said it was literally putting holes in people's brains. Except that they weren't using MDMA in the test; they were using crystal meth.
Oh,
they
wow.
were studying, and so they used the wrong methamphetamine, not MDMA. They were using crystal meth, and so they got this horrible, all these terrible things associated with the drug that actually does not have that many negative negative effects.
These are the same people that thought a cockerel was a fish.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean.
So, authors analyzed journals kept by participants involved in a 2014 study and concluded that psychedelics were effective in helping some people quit smoking for years.
So all of these, everything has their pluses and minuses. As you said, you want to talk to a doctor.
Sure.
For me, it's crack. That's what. No. So, but and he's fascinating. Like when Rogan talks about it, there are other people. I told this story. Cary Grant, the legendary actor, was a big proponent of LSD. I don't know. That's not my. I couldn't see myself. The notion of getting drunk is terrifying to me.
But some of these drugs can actually be used, like Preston said, to cure worse things like smoking or
schizophrenia
or alcoholism. So people that are so dependent on alcohol, which obviously can be really damaging to many things in your life, you can use MDMA to treat alcoholism.
Didn't Bill Wilson use LSD? He's the guy who's essentially one of the founders of Alcoholics Anonymous.
Okay.
I'm friend of Bill, right?
As a treatment?
Yeah, I feel like early, and this was, this goes way, way, way back. I don't remember exactly.
What you call being Cincinnati sober.
No. I don't remember when he started it. I feel like it could have been as early as the 20s.
That's wild.
Maybe like the 30s, 40s, or whatever. But that's one of the things that it isn't really talked about all that much that he did use.
Yeah, I'll reference him again, but How to Change Your Mind on Netflix, and then John Oliver did a piece on it this past week, and John Oliver's piece used a lot of How to Change Your Mind from Netflix, but great series and a really great book.
So 80% of the participants who were in this trial stopped smoking for 6 months, and 60% stopped for 5 years. Authors speculate this could be because of a shift in identity. And one of the study authors said, if you want to give up meat, but you smell a delicious steak, it might be hard to resist. But if you identify as a vegetarian and your sense of who you are is someone who does not eat meat, that identity helps encourage a different choice.
I'm confused.
Okay, I'm confused by that, too. I don't quite understand what that
means. Excuse me. If you want to stop eating meat, drop acid.
That's what it comes down to. All right, what else we have here? All right, how about this? Researchers in Japan say human brains are on the same wavelength as an octopus.
Yeah.
By implanting devices under the skin of an octopus, scientists were able to record brain activity. And scientists saw distinct patterns that are similar to those found in mammals.
They've long hypothesized and posited that, and there was a special that the Discovery Channel did about what creatures were likely to evolve to eventually replace man on Earth.
Right.
And they said the octopus has the greatest shot at being that supplanting creature.
Did you watch that documentary on, I think it was Netflix, I think it was Octopus Teacher?
It's great.
It's
that
so
was
good.
awesome.
It's really great. I always
Do
thought
you remember that sex comedy from the 70s, Preston, My Octopus Tutor?
Yeah.
Is that real?
No.
There was a movie called My Tutor, though.
Oh.
It's about a woman who has sex with her student.
Okay.
Underage student.
Yeah, Kath, I loved it. I didn't realize how small they were.
They were, I
just
know.
assumed that they were. And listen, some of them might be big.
Oh,
but-
yes. Some
sure.
yeah, absolutely.
Well, and that their lifespan is so short.
Yeah.
There
That
used
was
to
so
be
sad.
there used to be a sport of octopus wrestling, believe it or not, which was horrible.
Really?
Yeah, they get large. Yeah,
Yeah.
They can like wrap the size of your torso.
They
bigger
lay
than that.
eggs, right? They don't. They're.
I'm sorry.
They lay eggs.
I
They
believe
don't-
so when they
okay.
reproduce. Yeah, why?
Okay. I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
if
because I think in the documentary, she keeps going back, and that's when she dies, is after the babies are born. Right?
I saw an octopus in the wild. It was so cool. We were snorkeling in Virgin Islands. Nick, it was right there at St. John.
Yeah.
Right off the resort, and it was about the size, Casey, of a hubcap.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just swimming along. I was there were 4 of us there, and we were all kind of in different areas, just kind of swimming around. And I went by, and all of a sudden, I saw this flash of red.
Yeah.
It changed color.
Isn't that cool?
It was nuts.
Their ability to camouflage is astonishing.
And I stopped dead where I was, and it was probably 5 feet below me. It wasn't too far down. And I started smacking on the top of the water to get attention to everybody else that I was snorkeling with. I'm like, you got to see this. It was so cool. So later on that day, when we got back to the resort, we created a drink called the Octopus. It had 8 ingredients in it.
Oh, that's great.
Yes.
How close are squid and octopi?
I assume fairly close,
But are
right?
squid smart? Are they intelligent as well?
Well, they're both cephalopods, right?
I can handle things. I'm smart.
There you go. That is a squid
Poor guy.
talking to an octopus.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
All right, so they're cephalopods, which is what you said, Preston. This is me researching it. I don't know this off the top of my head. Squids, cuttlefish, nautiloids, and octopi.
By the way, that character's name is Squiddo.
Squiddo, yeah.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
In my home, in my bedroom where my wife sleeps, where my children come and play with
That's
their
the octopus.
That's the octopus talking to
the Squiddo hanging around.
Well, I was just going to say, I think it's our friend Angela. I'm pretty sure it was her. She's away on a beach vacation, and she just posted a video of what I thought was an octopus, like washed up ashore, but it was still alive, but maybe it was a squid. But I'm watching the video. I'm like, push it back in.
So, according to Professor Michael Kuba, he said octopus are so clever, but right now we know so little about how their brains work. This technique means that we now have the ability to peer into their brain while they are doing specific tasks.
All we have to do is slice their heads open and take a peek.
Right. We love them. Octopuses can use tools, recognize people, and appear to like some more than others. And it's also believed that they can dream as well.
That's pretty fascinating.
Isn't
So
it?
again, in this discovery, the world of the future, what the planet will be like in 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years, maybe even a million. I don't know. But they took these flights of fancy, and the octopi had become land creatures. Because of it was an interesting way to perceive
That's
the evolutionary.
interesting. I was thinking more they would evolve, but stay in the water.
Right.
Yet they would be able to build and congregate and have social engagement and stuff like that. But
It's all a bunch of crap.
Do you guys know what sea creatures are closest to man? By any chance?
In what way?
Is this a dad joke?
No. But this is
manta-ray.
That's pretty good.
About a man, a tea?
Man-a-tea?
Well, close. It's a whale, and my son was telling me about this, some stuff that he's learning in his
whale class.
His whale class. He's taking whale 101.
I mean, that would be pretty fun.
Yeah. But he was dropping. He loves science, and he was just dropping some knowledge on me, and I basically heard every 4th or 5th word.
So the perception is that the whale is which whale in particular?
That essentially whale
Brendan Fraser
started on land and then made its way into the sea.
Huh.
Yeah, and that's why they.
So
don't-
sea monkeys were actually a thing at a certain point.
Maybe.
No.
What are sea monkeys? Is it?
They're brine.
Brine shrimp.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, one more thing. I should probably just stop right there.
Just saying.
I'm going to do one more from Just Saying This, too.
Mexican jumping beans were once manatee.
Some individuals prefer working out early in the morning. Others opt for the late morning or afternoon due to personal preferences or work schedules. However, the timing of one's workout may have an impact on the benefits received. And a new study reveals that morning exercise burns more fat and jumpstarts metabolism, but afternoon exercise could result in a longer life. According to Dale Suslick, the owner of CrossFit ENG in Cape Coral, exercise in the afternoon generates more energy at a time when individuals tend to slow down. This energy boost can help one power through the remainder of the day.
That's what I do.
And finish strong.
That's me. I exercise every day, earlier afternoon. So when I leave work, I go home and work out.
Yeah, if I don't do that,
Right.
it doesn't happen.
The
I get too tired.
the critical mistake I can't make is sit down.
Don't.
I drive home standing up.
Same.
Yeah, I try to get right to it as well.
Yeah.
Listen, in fact, I wish I didn't even do the drive home. I wish I would had a gym right here. I would just change and go work out right. I mean, there is one here, but it's really, really expensive. So
Go work out at
can-
Pagano's.
Yeah.
You could stop at Conchi. It's like halfway. We could work out, and then you could drive home.
I could do that. No, I mean, like, I don't even want to get in the car.
No.
I mean,
Right.
like, as soon as, in fact, Conchi is about where I start getting drowsy on the way home, you know? So.
And you only have another 90 minutes.
Well, you have the Aquatic and Fitness Center, which is right around the corner. You could do that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We still have the passes to
We
there?
do.
Oh,
We
you could do that.
Yeah.
Casey was actually talking about me and him starting to play racquetball over there.
How about pickleball?
That's a great game. I haven't played racquetball since I was a kid, and I loved that
I
game.
used to be a regular racquetball player.
What?
Yes.
Me too. Rag'em. Racquetball.
Case.
Racquetball.
High school, college, and then after college. And
No kidding.
I would play at the Y. And
it's a great game, isn't it?
It is.
I played it all the time when I was at WGRE in my second radio job. They had a racquetball place right around the corner, and that was like an after-work thing. Go play racquetball.
like if I see it or I hear it now, I'm like, oh, like it just reminds
chub up.
me.
It was popular in late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah, it was all the rage.
And then it kind of fizzled out, but it's a physically demanding game and a lot of fun.
You remember in the Splash? There's a
Yeah. How long have we been at this? 5 minutes. Oh, my God. I love that. So, apparently, according to this study, it examined more than 90,000 men and women and found that individuals who exercise between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. had a lower risk of permanent death from heart disease or other causes than those who exercise in the morning.
Then I'm right in the pocket. Now, I do like to work out, like on the weekend, I'll work out first thing.
Oh, me too.
And when I'm on vacation, I work out first thing.
If I had the schedule, I would do a morning workout.
Get out of the way.
Without question.
I have my Pop-Tart in each hand that I'm curling.
I tried, listen, when I was training, I think it was for my brown belt test in Krav Maga, and it was going to be like this, 14-hour long test. It was ridiculous. I'm like, okay, I got to step up my workout. I woke up extra early before work to try and work out. I did that like twice. I'm like, this is insane.
I mean,
I tried that.
There's no way.
So
I was falling asleep by the
to work
the
out
show was
prior
over.
to our work is just flat out ludicrous.
Yeah. So according to Wink News, if you work out in the morning or later in the evening, the study also found that physical activity at any time of day is better for a longer life than not exercising
It's
at
true.
all. Yes.
Wink is right.
All right. That's it. We gotta close up shop, gang.
Just saying.
We'll have you back sometime at the Just Saying Institute for more learning, more knowledge to fill your head with. I do want to take a break now, though, because we got some bizarre file stories that we're going to get to.
yeah.
And then Chris Turner is going to be stopping by. He's going to be performing at Helium Comedy Club tonight. So we'll take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR.
Shut up.
Banana. So Stalin.
I'm going home.
Stalin was also
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. He's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in gulag.
I'm here all Seville.
I would say try Seville, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way Homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Or two.
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. These are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
They may not be married, but Jennifer Garner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Well, you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up in the chair.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle. Turtle.
Oh my God.
I want a goddamn Oscar.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
Holding up his finger. Oh my God.
E.T. could probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
You're right.
His heart. Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Ben, new Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. A suspended Long Island judge pleaded guilty on Friday to sneaking into his neighbor's home and stealing panties from her clothes hamper.
Bad judge.
This is a judge. Robert Sakale pleaded guilty to second-degree attempted burglary. He was detained on March 29, 2018 when he had been knocking on
They call me Judge Panties.
after he'd been knocking on a neighbor's door.
I like panties.
Sakale is said to have just left the home on a different of a different neighborhood. Of a different neighbor prior to arriving at the second neighborhood's home.
I'm touching myself under my robe.
The first neighbor was identified as 23-year-old former intern at the Islip Town Attorney's Office.
Islip, yeah.
Islip, where the judge used to work. Now, police found that the judge had several pairs of panties stuffed down his suit jacket.
Oh, my God.
And his raincoat when they apprehended him.
Those are my panties.
Sakale's attorney claimed that his client had changed. He said he has served the people of Suffolk County honorably for the last 26 years.
Except for the panties part.
As a legal aid attorney, town of Islip attorney, and a district court judge. He has dealt with his mental illness.
I also like to poop an oatmeal.
He's also...
What?
I like to poop an oatmeal.
He has dealt with his mental illness issues in a provocative manner and proactive manner.
Yes, provocative. Yes, oh, how provocative.
And he allegedly told officers during his arrest, the panties I had on me are from the other times I went into the house.
Okay, so don't judge him harshly.
We have a lot going on today. I want to start by saying we are going to have members of the Downton Abbey film in our studio this morning. So, in preparation for that, we're having Rambo Day on the Preston and Steve show.
Because if you think of an American movie that is most linear to Downton Abbey, it'd be Rambo.
It would be Rambo Last Blood, which is coming out on Friday, the same day as the Downton Abbey film.
Listen, you guys are excited about something, and now I'm excited about something.
I'm doing a double feature, Kath. I'm doing Rambo and Downton Abbey on Friday.
Both Steve and I are wearing John Rambo wigs and bandanas. Casey has a bandana around his neck, but he doesn't need the wig because
his hair's long enough. Yeah. So you're John Rambo, who is out and about and killing, and I'm John Rambo, who would like to get a job at a fast food place.
Yeah, you're a little more. My hair is a little more wild right now,
and I'm wearing my hairnet still.
Yeah, you have the hairnet on. So
it'd be really cool, Preston, if we have enough wigs and bandanas for the Downton Abbey cast.
Oh my God. Could you imagine if they did that? So we'll find out what happens.
I bet they'd be into that. I mean, they all have those like dry senses of British humor, but I bet they'd be into that idea.
I don't know how long I can stay with the wig on because
mine hurts.
The actual hair, it's itchy. And also it causes a cushion between my headphones and my ears.
Same here.
So it's the volume is not quite where it needs to be. So
how did Rambo ever do a radio show?
How did he do that?
Rambo in the morning.
It's 6:05 in the morning. Weather looks good for the rest of the week. And don't forget Money Shark at 8 o'clock.
Hey, Charlie Sheen was set to compete on season 28 of Dancing with the Stars, but ultimately he walked. He was talking to Us Weekly.
You have to walk to get out on the dance floor. Duh.
He told the magazine, I was very flattered by ABC and their offer, but at the end of the day, I have 2 left feet and I just can't dance.
Charlie Sheen.
I'm a freaking warlock.
You should be able to create a spell and be able to dance.
I'll get on my Nimbus and fly around the stage.
Why can't you just get on your Mercury surfboard?
Absolutely.
The opportunity was linked to a pilot opportunity as well.
Yeah, I want to be a pilot for American Airlines.
But when he passed on Dancing with the Stars...
I'm your pilot. I sat the plane can see a freaking mountain.
Yes. Charlie Sheen, commercial air pilot.
We'll never crash because I'm a freaking warlock. Floatium foreverum. I'm concerned about this flight.
Thousands of dollars worth of bull semen has been destroyed after a cattle building exploded.
Oh, no. All right. I just saw a tweet this morning that said, I didn't know semen was flammable, and I didn't know what that was in reference to, and apparently it's this story.
So it was the semen itself that exploded?
Well, I'm not really sure about that, but emergency services were called to...
Oh, yeah.
Emergency services were called to...
I blew that chick apart.
We're called to Yarram Herd Services at about 3 a.m. where 100 cryogenic cylinders containing cattle semen exploded in the blaze.
I can't imagine there's anything flammable and
no, I think
it's probably the containers themselves or something with the wiring or whatever.
Well, maybe they're pressurized, but it took 10 fire crews more than 10 hours to contain the fire at the building, which is a cattle breeding service. Vice Committee Chairman Aaron Thompson said the loss would be, quote, a huge blow for farmers, with the cylinders being worth between $500 and $1,000 each. He said
the entire town next door got a facial.
He said, we're coming into the artificial insemination season, so...
Oh, are we? It's like fall activities.
There would have been substantial amounts of semen inside the tanks that we've lost, which was owned by our local farmers, and it can range in value from $5 per straw to $95 per straw.
Wow.
A lot of farmers would have semen stock in the building in those tanks preparing for AI, so... We've got that plus all of our herd testing equipment that was in there as well. He said, so this is significant damage and is going to have a flow-on effect on Yarram, especially after the drought that Yarram District has experienced over the last 12 months.
Bad news, folks. We have a semen drought.
Yeah. It's going to be a real blow for sure, he said. The not-for-profit organization provides artificial insemination breeding advice.
Put a call into Peter North.
Korn has launched its new coffee brand called Korn Coffee.
Korn Coffee.
Yes.
It's a great name.
Korn Coffee.
If you like the driven rock of corn, you'll love their coffee.
Korn personally curated the creation of Korn Coffee.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's see how many K sounds I can put in there. Korn personally curated the creation of Korn Coffee, a process that saw the band members tasting multiple variations for ultimately selecting the perfect roast and blend.
Yeah, that one.
Each bag of Korn Coffee will feature a special message from the band, which reads, after almost 25 years of touring, making records, and playing in front of all of our amazing fans,
we still drink coffee.
One thing has remained a constant in our daily routine.
Lattes!
I was not expecting that.
I know.
Lattes! No, it says coffee. The ritual, the brew, the aroma, and most importantly, that very first cup every morning that sets the tone is something that we look forward to every day.
Well, this is interesting. We're actually watching footage of them sampling the various brews.
Yeah. It says, because of our passion, we've gotten together with a roaster and handcrafted our very own blend, coffee. It's called Korn Coffee.
Next up, Korn Licorice.
Korn recently began recording its new album in Nashville, Tennessee, by the way, but now they have Korn Coffee.
That's part of waking up is Korn Coffee in your cup.
That's right. Yeah, cup. This is...
cup.
Always at the ready.
Yeah, a couple.
We need to have Nick coffee or something like that.
Yeah.
Have a cup. Have a cup.
This is our new blend. It's called Nanapuya.
From the hills of Nanapia.
Yeah. Brought down by mules every day at 2 o'clock after the afternoon rain. The beans are enriched with monkey urine.
If only we had a coffee sponsor to do this for us.
I know.
Yeah.
Right?
Nanapuya.
That's good.
Have a cup.
Yeah, a cup.
God. Or no, the question would be, would you like some?
Yeah, a cup.
No, not Nanapuya. Yeah, cup.
Come on. Yeah, a cup.
That'd be ridiculous. Do you want a thermos or a cup?
Yeah, a cup.
Okay.
Oh, one Nanapuya for table 7.
Okay.
What is that one?
That's you. That's Mini Wookie. That's Nick. So you ask, have you decided what you like, sir?
Nanapuya.
Nanapuya.
Nanapuya. I don't remember Mini Wookie.
All right. Anyhow, Korn has coffee.
Korn Coffee.
It's almost an embarrassment that we live in this city and that we don't. You know, I think you're right, though, Preston. Stop and check it out, at least to some degree.
Why groups of people decided that it would be a good idea to memorialize this person in that form.
Also, don't hesitate now and then to throw a rope around on it and attach to your boat hitch.
That why is intriguing to me as well. Like, what the hell is the point of dragging a statue into the river?
But, you know, when I heard the news report it this morning, they reported it as if, like, here we go again. Now, there was only one other incident, but...
Yeah. There's a lot of statues being pulled down for various reasons, whether you had down south with the Confederate statues and things of that nature, and if they believe, well, you know, there's it's kind of the thing, but this thing seemed like, what's that about?
Yeah. Hey, what did Rizzo do that was so great that he gets a statue?
WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, let's get right into things. I got some interesting stories to pass along to you. We'll start with one out of Georgia. Police have charged a woman for driving her SUV into a Popeyes restaurant, allegedly because her order did not include biscuits.
So she figured if she drove through, they'd gladly give her some biscuits.
Maybe so. A manager at the Popeyes branch said 50-year-old Belinda Miller became upset over her Popeyes order and remained discontent after employees corrected the mistake.
Discontent.
Miller then left the location before coming back and driving her SUV into the building, almost striking an 18-year-old employee who was standing near the front of the building. Managers said Miller threatened staff members before the incident and called the restaurant threatening to drive her car through the building.
I can't help it. I just love that chicken from Popeyes.
Miller fled the scene after crashing into the restaurant, but her car was later found in front of her home with front-end damage.
I went a little crazy.
Police have charged Miller with aggravated assault and first-degree criminal damage to property. Now, I would have to sample these Popeyes biscuits and make an opinion. I don't remember them. I very rarely get to Popeyes, but I do like a good biscuit.
They're good.
Okay.
Yeah, of the chicken restaurants, the best.
Okay.
Biscuits are dangerous because I keep going.
They're so good.
They're so good.
I agree.
They're good things.
Mm-hmm. There's some of them have like lard in them too, so you want to be careful.
You had
biscuits.
Can only have so many. A sheriff's office in Kentucky has a very brave and honest toddler to thank for helping them find a fugitive wanted on drug charges and other outstanding warrants. This is such a great story. Deputies went to a home on Friday to serve a warrant. As officers looked around, none of the adults would say whether the wanted woman was in the house. That's when a toddler who was visiting the home stood up, put his hands on his hips, and said, "It is good to be honest, and we shouldn't lie."
Oh, my gosh.
The toddler then told officers that the suspect was in the room next to the bathroom. The 45-year-old fugitive was arrested on meth possession charges and other outstanding warrants.
Wow.
Deputies said the child was visiting the home and was not in any danger. The sheriff's office said he was healthy, intelligent, and in no way appeared to be abused. He was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. And this person who got arrested must want to kill this child.
You're adorable.
Yeah. So,
little sweetheart.
Pretty much saved the day for the police. So it was great. A simple stop sign outside of a Walmart in Auburn, Maine is terrorizing local residents who can't seem to stop crashing into it, to the extent that one woman actually asked for its removal in her obituary.
So why are they crashing into the stop sign?
They don't know. Police Chief Jason Moen said that police have responded to crashes at the pole at least 130 times since 2020. The city's fire chief called it an inordinate amount of emergencies. It is unclear why such an astoundingly high number of people have managed to hit the bright yellow pole, but it lives in infamy in its community and beyond thanks to social media. The sign has, in fact, become so well known that people drive to the sign, hopefully avoiding it, to see it in person and take selfies with it. A 9-year-old girl went viral after asking her mother to take her to the pole for her birthday after a roller skating outing.
Did the mom drive into the pole?
No. There's also a Facebook group with more than 7,500 members called the Auburn Walmart Pole Strikes Again. And in 2021, the pole even earned a spot in a local woman's obituary, which asked that in lieu of flowers, mourners of Janet Moore's please donate to the removal of the notorious Auburn Walmart pole that has led to the needless destruction of countless vehicles.
I think there's a reality show here.
Since the pole began its reign of terror over local vehicles, it's assumed several different appearances, each apparently designed to guide drivers away from it. At one point, it was cloaked in a bright green neon plastic sleeve to help drivers avoid it. The sleeve was subsequently stolen and found on the side of a road nearby. The sleeve, for a while, took trips around town and was positioned in front of a number of local businesses, helping establish the local legend of the pole, according to a short documentary that a resident made about the phenomenon. Chief Moen said that though no serious injuries have been caused by the pole, he said we've had cars roll on their side after hitting the pole. Somehow, one car ended up on top of the pole, and we could never figure out how that one actually happened. He also said that there are actually 2 poles in the parking lot, equally poorly placed, that are victimizing local vehicles. And in order to help drivers, at least to try to miss the poles, they have now been painted bright yellow, surrounded by concrete barriers, and have bright red and white lights attached.
That's astonishing.
True believing locals, however, are skeptical that the pole's new costuming will help. They think it'll still be a cause for an issue. All right, here's a follow-up story for you. Less than 2 weeks ago, Heinz set out on a now viral mission to find Elvis Francois, the man who survived nearly a month at sea by eating nothing but ketchup and seasonings.
Right.
And on Monday, the company told CBS News they found him in Dominica, thanks to the internet and local reporters.
I mean, it's kind of a worldwide story.
Francois rose to internet fame earlier this year when he was rescued by the Colombian military. Francois became lost while working on his boat in St. Martin after the weather shifted and carried him out to sea. He wasn't able to navigate his way home. All he could do was sit and wait and live off the little bits of food that he had on board: ketchup, garlic powder, and Maggi, which is a brand of soup. So his story prompted Heinz to put out a call for people to help find him. so that they get him a new boat that they promise will be equipped with full navigational technology to avoid another disaster in the future. Well, the hunt is over, a spokesman from Heinz said. Though through the power of social media, Elvis was located in the Caribbean on the island of Dominica. The company said that its Instagram post reached 4.8 million people, garnered more than 4,000 likes, which is a brand record, and it helped them get in touch with the local Dominica news outlet, who the company said was able to contact Francois, and they said they are working out the logistical details of getting him his new boat. And Heinz said anyone who shared, liked, or commented on the brand's post helped broaden the reach and played an important part in finding Elvis, and Heinz wants to thank everyone who helped out with that.
That's wild. I knew eventually they'd get the guy.
And they did. And there you go. That is it in the bizarre file for you. All right, we will take a break, come back in a moment. Don't forget, comedian Chris Turner is going to be joining us. He's at Helium Comedy Club tonight. We'll come back in just a moment, so hang out for a few if you don't mind.
Preston and Steve. On 93.3 WMMR.
Is your phone an
different ways
apple?
in stature.
Yeah.
And so because of his tactics, he was well known. He left his mark, good and bad, and deserved a statue as a result.
Yeah.
You're a real crumb bum.
and he gave us
that. If that, honestly, I would give him a statue just for that.
For crumb bum?
I'll take you out back, bunches.
Yeah.
My arms tied behind my back.
Yeah.
I'll pound you into the pavement, I will.
That whole audio, you look like a lush to me. He's telling the reporter.
Yeah.
Would you care to talk to CBS? You look like a lush. I'll pound you into the pavement.
You want to relive that?
Yes, I do.
All right, Casey's finding the audio of Frank Rizzo when he was confronted. He wasn't happy about it. He was out walking his dog, and
maybe the Viking was the Nordic Frank Rizzo.
They were confronting him about.
You look like a lush to me. What's your story? I hit you with my shield. I'll take you out back and hit you with my shield.
Yeah. What are you?
You're a crumb bum.
You can't find it, Case?
I don't know. Yeah, let's
Here
try
you go,
this one.
crumb bum.
Crumb bum, see Frank Rizzo.
It says Rizzo.
See crumb bum.
This says call Stan Bowman. Here we go.
Yeah, that's it.
There is a Stan Borman from Channel 3 News. Could we...
How are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
Good.
Could we talk with you for just a moment?
No, I'm busy.
You couldn't answer any of our
I
questions?
wouldn't talk to you under any condition.
Why is that, sir?
Forget it. Scram. Get out of here.
Sir,
Ram. Hit the road.
Ram.
You lush ya. Why?
Stand up, please.
Get away from me. I'm now a private citizen.
Yes,
you
sir.
get away from me.
We're allowed to be on the streets, sir.
I don't want to talk to you. Get away from me.
How do you feel about the security guards
Get
being
away
taken off
from
of you?
Get away from me, or I'm going to throw you out in the middle of the street.
Gonna throw you right out there.
One more question.
I'm telling you, get away from me.
You were the symbol of law and order in Philadelphia, sir, for many years. People looked
Get
up to
away
you and
from
respected
me.
you.
Look, creep, get out of here.
How could you justify your actions at our cameras last Monday in front of your
Get
house?
out. You're a creep.
We're a member of the media. We'd like to have an answer to our
You're a
question.
creep.
Why did you attack our cameras, sir?
Get it all. Don't miss any of it. You're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
Dude, he had great pipes.
He really did.
Listen to his voice. Get away from me. He could do movie trailers.
This weekend at the Community Cinema Pucks.
You're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
You know, you hide behind that press card.
I'm not hiding behind anything, sir. I just wanted to get some answers.
I'll tell you what to do. There's a gang of you here. There's enough of you here. By myself, I'll take you physically.
Well, I'm not asking you to take me physically.
Well, get away from me.
Well, sir, I'm on the public street. I should be authorized to be here.
I'll break it off.
I'll break it off.
I'll break it
Physically and mentally.
Yeah.
I'll get inside your brain.
This is after he was mayor.
Yeah.
You know, you'd think he'd be happy in retirement.
Nah, he didn't care.
Big dude, though.
Yeah.
You see him next to the reporter. He's a big dude.
Yep.
Hey, get away from me.
I think the statue. Yeah, the statue is 1-to-1 scale.
Yeah.
I'll break it over your head.
I'll break it over your head. Hang on. Let's go back.
I'll break it off your. I'll break it over your head. Get away from me, you crumb. That's a challenge, except I'll put my dog away and I'll come back. And you got 1, 2, 3, and I'll do
1,
it
2,
along
3.
with.
Follow me.
Yeah.
Let me just put Fifi back in the house. Come on, Fifi, heel.
It is kind of a little dog, right?
Yeah.
3.
No?
No.
I can't see the dog. Oh,
No,
no,
it's a
I was
big
wrong.
dog.
I was
Yeah.
incorrect. I thought he had a little poodle with him.
Daddy loves you.
Yeah.
Daddy
me
loves
kisses.
you. Give me love monster kisses.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna come back and kill yous all. Beat you to death with a tire iron and then dance in your blood.
Who wants you to do? Who wants you to do? Gonna put you in the house now. All right, don't be scared. Daddy has to go kill the bad men. I'm coming to kill you now. Calm down. Did you lose your chew toy? Did you lose your chew toy? It's under the sofa. Yeah. Wait right here. Daddy needs to go kill the reporters. Yes, I know.
Talking.
Yeah. Get up in the living room window. You want to see Daddy kill the bad men?
Yeah, that's right. Sets him up where he's got a nice view of the street.
I'm doing this for you.
Yeah.
2, 3, and I'll do it along with you. In that back of that fence, just the 3 of us, 4 of us, me and you.
4 or 5. I tell you what, call some of the family members. Bring them out here too.
Show you what kind of a man you are. You're less than a man.
You're a less man.
Okay, you're a crumb creep.
A crumb creep.
You're a moon creep pie creep crumb. You're creep brulee. That's what you are.
Creep brulee.
Yeah. As if someone's taken one of them little torches and fried the top of your head into like a caramelized sugary thing. You are creep brulee. You know what you like? You like one of them fancy desserts with the thin shell on top, but underneath you just pudding. Just pansy pudding, creep crumb, pansy crumb, creep creme, crumb, brulee creep creme. With sugar on top.
At this point, they've just shut up.
They just let them know.
Because they are like, we are getting gold right now. Just let this roll.
Put that on camera. You're a crumb bum, the 3 of you, and I challenge you.
He wouldn't talk earlier. I'm not talking to you, right? I'm not talking to you. And now, Stan Bowman hasn't said anything for like 5 minutes.
He actually fell asleep. What are you, Stan? Are you asleep?
Wake up.
I'm sorry, I had a long night. Where did your dog go? I put him inside, didn't you see? There he is, and they're looking in the window there.
Just me.
There is a
You're a crumb creep coward. You can't take. You won't stand up to him.
I'm standing up. We're not here to fight. We're here to get some answers to some questions. That's all.
I want to fight you.
Why is that?
Because you're a crumb creep lush coward.
You don't.
Crumb creep.
He keeps adding on.
Lush coward.
It started with 1, then 2.
And
Now
you're a Methodist.
Now he's up to 4.
What?
He's up to 4.
I don't know. I'm running out of desserts and various disgusting things.
Are you keeping a list? Do you know, like, okay, you're a crumb, you're a creep.
Wait a second here.
You're yellow.
I keep a list for things like this. You are a jackass crumb, creme, creep, cram, crumb. Oh, that's the wrong list. That's the potential dog names.
Thinking about getting another one, huh?
It was in Chestnut Hill.
Wait, hold on a second. Honey, where's my reported bad name list?
It's in the closet.
No, I looked in there. I was looking for the dog's chew toy. I'll get back to you. What's your number? Give me a number.
By the way, Marissa.
I remembered it.
By the way,
He gets a call late at night.
No, he calls him back later on.
Gotta call this guy up. Yeah. You're a yellow crumb snake.
Have a lovely
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Have a lovely evening.
For that creep.
Oh, you creme crumb creep cram. You're an apple crumb creep cake. A moron. Yeah, that wasn't that good.
Scratch that one off.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's.
I think when I try to do French desserts, it doesn't work out. I'll stick with the German stuff.
Oh my God.
I'm glad we revisited this.
Oh my God, I'm getting tears on my glasses here. Reality stars Todd and Julie Chrisley.
Oh my God!
Is it Chrisley knows
yeah,
best?
Chrisley knows best. It's horrible.
Yeah.
There was one weekend where there was something I was watching a marathon of on the USA Network, and every other commercial was for Chrisley Knows Best.
Oh God!
She's a piece of ass, though. I think
she is, but he's got to be gay.
Yeah, I don't know who wears more makeup.
He does.
Yeah.
Well, they have.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but come on.
They have been cleared of $2 million in tax evasion charges, according to ET.
Well, there you go.
The pair who.
You've been cleared.
Why are you here? I thought you were a
E.T. said-
botanist.
Yes, but I minored in accounting
So he
on my home world of ET world.
it's easy to count on those big fingers you have.
Absolutely.
And numbers are universal, so.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The pair who pleaded not guilty were accused of cheating on their taxes by Georgia's Department of Revenue.
Hey, come over here. You're gay, right?
Todd said Julian.
Because everything about you is highlights and the hair, and I don't know, and nothing wrong with that, but yeah, you're gay.
So Todd said Julie and I knew all along that we had done nothing wrong and that when the facts came out, we would be fine.
Well, there you go. Now, the other question is, Preston, about this video, this sex video that they were supposedly extorting their own daughter with. You know this story, right?
No.
I don't remember that.
Oh, yeah. There's like a porn video. And
Is it her in?
That's, now, this is a whole morass of crap, but they're still trying to hash it out.
It was her and E.T., but it was just finger stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna finger blast you like you've never been blasted.
Oh, my God.
Light you up
You're
like
gonna
a pump,
feel it
like a
down there and up in your mouth, too.
like a jack-o'-lantern.
I'm gonna turn you into a Chinese puzzle.
Oh, my God. Does he
I'm gonna
not
blow your goddamn head off.
Does he not look like the villain in Lazy Town?
He does.
Yeah, Robbie Rotten.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yes,
You
you're right.
look like the villain in Lazy Town.
All right. He also said, this is Todd, not
Anyway,
E.T.
whatever happened to the girl in that show?
We're just glad that the Department of Revenue was willing to keep an open mind and look at the evidence.
Well, of course. He presented a good case.
Ironclad.
There he is, Preston. There's a,
Yeah.
a little bit.
Robbie
around
Rotten.
the teeth.
Looks a little bit like him. All right, Aaron Paul tells E.T.
Oh,
Jesus.
You were in Breaking Bad, right?
That making El Camino a Breaking Bad movie was a blast.
Crystal meth.
He said that we were really, truly such a family, and it felt like a crazy sort of messed up family reunion, just telling the same old messed up story.
I had a family on Earth with Elliot and his brother and sister.
Miley Cyrus is asking her followers to send good vibes amid her recent hospitalization.
God almighty, that's the least we can do.
Yeah, I know. On Tuesday,
I was vibing last night. I don't know if you received them.
well, she has tonsillitis, so thoughts and prayers, folks. On Tuesday, the singer revealed on her Instagram stories that she had been admitted to a local hospital just one day after sharing on the social media platform she was suffering from tonsillitis. In the series of pics that featured Miley in her hospital gown, she explained how she was trying to get better before this weekend's Gorilla Palooza.
What the hell?
It's an entire concert series performed by gorillas.
No, it's a charity event hosted by Ellen DeGeneres' The Ellen Fund.
For her gorilla sanctuary.
That is correct, yeah. Well, to raise global conservation efforts.
Right.
She had written, hoping the rock star gods send me a boost of badass and help me kick this S to the curb where it belongs. We got gorillas to save.
I love the way she talks.
She captioned a somber hospital bed selfie that showed an IV in her arm.
I don't feel so good.
You don't feel so good?
I don't feel so good.
Okay.
I hope my voice, everyone send some good vibes because I want to be able to perform for Gorilla Palooza.
Oh, gross.
Shut up, Cat.
Yeah, right?
From there. From there,
Hey, everyone.
From
I'm
there-
in the hospital because I have tonsillitis and I want my voice to get better for Gorilla Palooza.
you have tonsillitis and you want your voice to get better
Gorilla Palooza.
because you're afraid you'll lose it.
Yeah.
Something like
No,
that.
for gorillas.
From there, Miley changed tones and began to get more optimistic about her current situation, opening up about how looking good, about how looking good can make a person feel good.
Yeah, she's right.
Practicing what she preached, the singer showed off her oversized hospital gown that she cheekily redesigned to be more form-fitting.
WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. Steve just held up his laptop. Is that a current photo
current, yeah.
that's live at Montage Mountain? It looks fantastic. Looks perfect.
Right? That's just,
Lots of snow.
looks
All right.
like a lot of stone to me.
All right, so we're good to go. Hey, I would like to mention this. We have a new Daily Rush video. It is called Michael Jackson Doo-Doo Feces Detective.
He's the best.
And it says, cuff doopus bubbles.
I don't remember that.
Doofus was the guy who needed to be cuffed.
Dupus was?
Dupus, yeah.
Okay.
A doofus, I'm sorry.
You can go to WMMR.com/Daily Rush and see this video and any others that you may have missed. It's sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. And you can learn more at Xfinity.com. So thank you, Kyle Mack, for putting together yet another Daily Rush video. There was a story that surfaced yesterday. A guy by the name of Jeff Reitz, I think, was recently awarded a Guinness World Record for consecutive visits to Disneyland.
Yes.
And so he said
This is Anaheim, right?
Started as a joke. Yep. Started as a joke between friends as a free source of entertainment. And he was, in 2012, he was unemployed. And I don't know how but he got some kind of a pass for that year. And then he visited the park every single day for 2,995 days.
Why?
And it's 8 years, 3 months, and 13 days. Every day, without fail, he went to Disney World.
And
or
it works
to
out for him
Disneyland.
because Nick, he's a pedophile. No, okay.
Jesus.
But
He's not.
He's not. The thing I'm finding amazing is that over the COVID time, how did he gain access? Were they partially opened?
He did not, and that's why it ended at 2,995 and not 3,000. He stopped. They just recently awarded him the record. It wrapped up pre-COVID, but his goal was 3,000 days, but March 2020, the pandemic shut the park down. He couldn't make it.
I tell you what, I know a number of people who are, about Disneyland and Disney World and go constantly.
Mm-hmm.
But this is, to go every day.
Well, I wonder if you have a season pass, because I know that like Dorney and some of these other parks around here, when there are different levels of packages, right? And if you are, let's say, the Diamond member, it comes with food, right? So, so if you were to buy a Diamond membership to Disney World, does that end up working out in your favor if you go there every day
and eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day?
Is there something, out of your daily routine, is there a place, if you stop and think about it, that you have gone to?
I was trying to think of somewhere that I've been to a million times and I never get tired of going to.
Wawa.
Okay. Same. All right. Well,
Wawa for me as well, because I hit the Wawa on the way home. Like,
I hit it on the way here.
Almost every day.
Yep. And it's very rarely that I walk in there not knowing what I'm going to get, like.
Yeah, there's not a lot of hunting and picking in Wawa.
No, when my kids go up to like the little
automotive
kiosk
section,
it takes them forever to figure out what they want. And I know when I go in there, I start dialing on that kiosk. I'm like, I know exactly what I'm getting.
Well, for me, it's where we get our milk, all the time. A, B, like I'll get a small coffee or little cappuccino out of the machine, and for some reason that's become the thing. So that has been interrupted though. But I'm trying to think, in your life, was there ever something that you went to that fastidiously where you were there every day? Obviously a case could be made if you're sent to prison.
No, not every day. Definitely not every day. But I was just trying to think of some place that I go to
a lot.
And still keep going and don't get tired of it. And I'm having a hard time coming up with.
Well, restaurant also. All right, what's your most go-to restaurant where you go all the time?
For the family, because it's easy, it's quicker, and it's of decent quality. Is like Panera. It's convenient to us. And
have they ever noticed that you were coming there a lot and giving you a plaque?
No, I don't come in that much.
Okay,
it's definitely not that much.
When I was a senior in high school, Steve, I went to, and now I didn't go Saturday or Sunday, but literally Monday through Friday, I went to Taco Bell.
Every day?
Every single day. And so I would go, and I was a courier, right? I essentially worked for my dad, and I would drive up to like Radnor, and then I always ended up in by the airport.
Right.
And so when I got done with my last drop-off, there was a Taco Bell on McDade Boulevard.
Calling to you.
And I went to it every single day. And I only got 2 tacos, and that was my go-to. And then at that time, there was a Rocky and Bullwinkle, for some reason, was a...
was the movie coming out with De Niro?
I don't know if the movie was coming out or not, but there was a... I ended up getting one of those punch cards. I got so much Rocky and Bullwinkle merch from just getting, punching a taco every single day.
I'm just wondering, like, there was a story of the guy who the guy in his 90s who went to Dunkin'. It was just in the news. he's like 96 and goes to Dunkin' every day, and they threw him a birthday party and acknowledge where you go that that would be a cool thing.
That would be cool.
I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, when I worked at McDonald's, there were people that came in every day, and that was
Did they ever acknowledge? Or?
Oh yeah, you know where who would come, Steve? It's funny that you mentioned the 96-year-old guy. Like they were senior citizen gentlemen, and they would have like their meetings. And it was just a social thing.
Right,
But
yeah.
they'd come in and they'd get their coffee.
Is it endless coffee there?
It is.
Yeah.
And it was, you get a discount when you're a senior citizen. So it was like quite literally 50 cents or
Good
whatever.
inducement.
They would get Danish.
Yeah.
And they would be there every single day. And it was where they'd come in and hang out. And
Imagine
talk.
Dunkin' that you go for your Danish and coffee.
Every day.
I mean, McDonald's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like Redstone or Plaza Azteca should have a party for me.
I like Plaza Azteca.
When I was a kid, when I was younger, I was a teenager and started driving. There was a and it all has to do with what your passion is, and mine was playing drums. So there was a place called the Drum Headquarters. It was a drum shop, it was a drum exclusive shop, and I would go there so much and just hang out. And just walk around and look at stuff. And I think secretly I was hoping that if I hung out long enough, that they would offer me a job.
Right. Did they?
Well, they did right about the time my radio career started.
Why did you take this?
And I literally sat there and I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
I waited for a minute.
Right.
I'm like, And I thought about it. And I'm like, why'd you guys wait so long to offer me a job, man? I've been coming here for ages. But I was
out.
I was a regular. I'd walk in, everybody knew me. It was that type of thing. Let me go to Jimbo. Hey, Jimbo, good morning.
Morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, buddy?
Hey, there was a guy on TikTok last year to answer like Casey's question. He lived like across the street from like Busch Gardens in Virginia, and they had like a year-long pass where it was like included food, and it was only like $550 or $600 or something. But he did that as an experiment. He went there for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day.
To Busch Gardens?
He got burgers, chicken finger, and it was like, it made sense because he's stopping for dinner and lunch everywhere. So
ended up in the long run, he got ahead monetarily.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And then you could go there and ride rides whenever you felt like it too.
Okay.
I wonder. So what would an annual pass? Busch Gardens, by the way,
Disney.
Right.
And,
So I'm just thinking of parking. Like, who would want to go through all of that to park?
Oh, well, I mean, you might get a parking pass
Well,
too.
I know, but
and they
I'm
have
just-
shuttles that run around in the parking lot.
That's what I mean.
I'm
That's
going to
so
go
much-
get a Danish. It'll take about 40 minutes.
No, it already took too much of my time. I'm not doing this.
But if you had like in I'm trying to remember back Disneyland in Anaheim. I mean you could park. I mean I guess you could make it work if you're not like wildly removed when you're going there to get your lunch, Kathy, and you got to wait for the tram to come around.
That's what I mean. It's too much.
Here it says, somebody says, meal plan at Six Flags Great Adventure, which included food. We went for lunch and dinner daily for multiple summers.
Wow.
Every day.
Every day.
If you think about,
It depends on how convenient the park is to you, I would imagine.
Right.
Well,
So I've got the Busch Gardens Tampa Bay up here, and their annual passes are not that expensive.
How much?
So like the full where you get admission both to the park and to popular events, free preferred parking. Oh, preferred, so you're getting up closer. 6 free guest
Right
tickets.
this way, Miss Romano.
Yeah, 6 free guest tickets, up to 50% off in-park discounts, 1 free single ride, benefits, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's $438.
And you can bring 6 people? Is that what it says?
So it's 6 free guest tickets. So I think that's for the
throughout the
entire
season.
year.
Yeah.
Throughout
Okay.
the season.
Yeah, are you
So
kidding me?
438, but this one doesn't say anything about food.
So
that's the thing, yeah.
Yeah, you want the food because
if they have that
where
package.
else are you going to get a hamburger?
Right.
Well, yeah, because I'm on the other Busch Gardens one, Kath, and these are like, for $37 a month. This is a platinum. You get, what you were talking about, 30% off park discounts, photo key.
Yeah, food and beverage for this one is 10% off.
That's one thing about and those theme parks too is the food is like, okay, we're having chicken nuggets and fries.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the guarantee for the day. Even Disney doesn't have that great of food.
You did the Universal and you did the concierge, and I did that when I brought the whole family down. That they take you into their
actual restaurant.
Actual restaurants, and the food was quite good. So I could see doing that.
Yeah.
And you'd only go broke.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
No. But this guy went just shy of 3,000 days every single day. And he said pulling it off wasn't effortless. He said Disneyland keeps track of when annual pass members show up, but on days of computer glitches or power outages, Wrights had to get his visit recorded at Disneyland City Hall. He kept all his parking passes. And once he did land a job, because he was out of work at the time, the daily routine either meant an early or late visit or even a day off of work. Now, though, when Wrights visits, it's not with the purpose of notching another number to his tally. He said it's with an eye to the nuisances of the park. He says, it's with an eye to the nuances of the park, not nuisances.
I hate this goddamn park.
That often go unnoticed. He said, you're in such a rush that you won't get a chance to stop and listen to the sounds and the jokes and the background audio. He said most people don't hear and realize how much thought and magic the engineers put into it. But he went for 8 years, over 8 years and 3 months straight, every single day.
The amazing thing is I'm not married.
Wow, that's crazy, man. That's I could never see going somewhere every day like that.
I mean, so we talked about the familiarity of a place that you go to, and so you can bypass a lot of the acclimating stuff. But every freaking day,
yeah.
And how often can you hear "It's a Small World"?
Nick pulled up an article titled "California Man Pays Off Student Loans, Buys House by Eating All His Meals at Amusement Park."
Yeah, I mean, he bought this was in Southern California, Six Flags, Magic Mountain. And he bought the $150 year-round pass, and he says if you timed it right, you could get parking and 2 meals a day.
That's pretty wild. Okay. So our closest amusement park is Busch Gardens, right?
Six Flags?
No, Six Flags Great Adventure.
You're right. Yeah.
Or Dorney. Hershey Park and Dorney Park.
So how far is...
Dorney's probably the closest.
I meant to say Dorney,
yeah.
Dorney is probably the closest.
Yep.
Right now, Dorney, with the Platinum Pass, you can get 10% food merchandise discounts, but this isn't what... Okay, all-season dining, okay? Add all-season dining to your 2023 pass for... and enjoy lunch and dinner every single visit of the 2023 season. Max 2 meals per day. And this says for as low as $104.
I never realized this. That so many people. Apparently, this is something that occurs to a lot of people, which is to make your whole meal plan based on an amusement park.
Hershey Park has decent food.
Yes, kettle corn.
They had this barbecue joint we went to a couple times there,
and Dorney has Chickies, right?
Chickies and pizzas in there. Yeah.
So we have the silver dining plan, the gold dining plan, and the platinum dining plan. So for an extra $160, you can get platinum, and I don't know what that includes, but it says
refills.
All right, I want to look at. Well, I don't want to.
Ice.
Let me scan this first before I can tell you what's going on.
All right,
but
do your research.
If you go to a park and they have like the the bottomless cup thing, that's worth getting.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to carry around this cup with you,
right?
But you can stop at any restaurant and fill it up usually, which is pretty cool.
Okay, so enhance your visits. And by the way, if you do the platinum, you can go to Cedar Park as well.
Oh.
And so you can enjoy lunch and dinner every time you visit in 2023, all season dining, max of 2 meals per day. And a 4-hour interval is required between meals.
You can't just keep eating.
Yeah, drink, snacks, desserts not included.
A 4-hour interval?
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. Lunch, noon, and by 5 o'clock rolls
sit
around.
in the parking lot.
You're good.
I mean, listen,
I'm going to hang out here until dinner.
If you lived close enough, like that one guy, Jimbo, who called in, said the dude lived across the street from Busch Gardens.
It would be like going to any other, like a strip mall that had restaurants and roller coasters. Yeah, wow.
Except for the parking.
Kathy's not a big fan of the parking.
I'm not. Any of these. It's such a mess.
Take an Uber.
Yeah, but if you are essentially saving
across
thousands of dollars in food.
So it seems, but again, as a kid, if someone told me I could spend virtually every day in an amusement park, I would have freaked out. But I'm an adult now. I have adult obligations.
I saw another...
like buying Batman figures.
And playing video games. At home.
I saw another Disney story that has a family on TikTok. They're called the Kelly family, and they're catching some flack for a hack that they did. Flack for a hack.
Flack for a hack?
Yeah. They post regularly about their family life on TikTok, and apparently they, the father describes his young son, Cannon,
Cannon?
Kannon.
All right.
As a thrill-seeking boy who can't get enough of Disney theme park rides. And then he goes on to say the problem is his love for rides that he's not quite tall enough for the big ones. So what they did is they created a hack. They made their own special pair of shoes that made him taller.
So what better way to risk his life?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what people are saying.
Yeah. What better way to get him on rides he's not suited for?
There's a reason.
I would have been all for this, like stick, a little padding shoe or whatever until that kid went on that water slide
and almost got strangled.
No, he was decapitated.
Oh, at the
Schlitter bomb.
Yes.
Schlitter bomb. Yeah,
so
whatever.
there is a reason for the height requirement. So just don't go to the park then. If your kids aren't tall enough, wait till the following year.
If you want to do this hack, take a family photo and white out your son's head and see if you like him that way.
Right. So here's how they did it. They would customize his shoe with added height. They would use, they would essentially take flip-flops, okay, and then they would cut it in the shape of his size shoe, or maybe they would take his exact size. And then they would, I think, take like duct tape or something like that and attach it to the bottom of the shoe. And so...
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at the hack. It looks pretty...
Yeah.
You'd have to be a moron to not spot this.
But apparently they have people, the people that are at the rides are keeping an eye out for stuff like this, supposedly. Like they look at people's shoes, at kids' shoes.
When I was a kid, I got on a ride at a fair, one of those carnivals that travels through town that sits up in parking lots.
Yeah.
I got on a ride. They let me on a ride. Now I was a bigger kid, but still I was not big enough for this ride. And I was literally one of those octopus things where
sure.
I was literally hanging on for my life.
Yep.
And to me, this notion is terrifying that you're too small for a ride and you're going to fake your way on.
Yep.
No,
that's
not safe. And by the way, so this is legitimately a hack, right? I can't stand when they say, "Here's a hack on leaving a room."
No,
Go
this
through
is
the door.
This is a legit hack. This is a little fix that you can do to get whatever it is you're desired.
Does it suggest, Preston, that they could eject you from the park if you came in with something like this?
It did not say this
I mean,
in a
you'd be trying to
particular
breach
story,
right?
But I would think that they probably could. So who knows?
Why don't you just get on his dad's shoulders and they can get like a big overcoat?
Yeah. I would like to ride this ride. I am 52 years old.
What is today? Today's the last day of February, so we're going to start heading into theme park territory very soon. Another month or so, right?
I want to get to one this year. Yeah. I didn't get to go to one all last year.
Yeah.
How about Universal?
How about Universal?
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
That'd be cool.
Now, that was a hell of a park.
Oh, my God.
That was prior to COVID, that was my last trip.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And we had... I don't care how reticent you are. I don't care if you think, I'm not going to get, that's not my thing. You go and Preston.
Best rides I've ever been on in my life.
Frigging love it.
Without question.
Hagrid's motorcycle ride.
Awesome.
I haven't been on it. I'm still.
I did it 4 times.
Oh, my God.
And I freaking loved it.
I've never been to Universal, and I haven't been to Orlando since I was a kid.
Oh, wow.
And it's time to get back.
Dude, Orlando... I have fallen in love with Orlando, and I know it's insanely touristy. But Casey and I went there a few years ago for a golf trip, and so obviously you think Disney is the first thing that comes to mind. But then obviously you have Universal. But outside of that, there's different theme parks all over the place down there that are not just those two. There are several of them,
and they're set up in like parking. Well, like on the way to those, other people decided, well, I'm gonna. Set up my little mini.
Put up something here,
and they'll predicate that park on one. They have a super huge Ferris wheel or something.
Case, remember we're driving, and all of a sudden we're like, that building is upside down.
Yes.
There's literally a building that was built to look like it's upside down.
And what is it?
Was it a restaurant?
I think a restaurant or some. I don't know, but there's stuff like that all over the place in Orlando. It's insane.
You know who lives down there, not in Orlando, but just outside of Orlando in a town called Winter Park. Remember Devin?
Of course.
Yeah.
Her husband's a professional tennis pro.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's a tennis pro, and that's why they moved there. Because the work was going to be there. Yeah.
My friends lived in Winter Park, so their grandfather lived 2 doors down from me, so they would come and visit, a few times a year.
Isn't that where Charlie Manuel lives? Winter Park?
I don't know.
I thought they lived closer to the.
That's the restaurant,
coast.
Preston.
I thought that's what Missy said. Missy Manuel said last time she was here.
Might have.
So here's a photo we just pulled up on our screens here. Wonderworks Orlando upside down attraction.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
So yeah, but it's there's definitely something in there. It might be like a museum or a restaurant or something like that. But there's stuff like that all over the place.
We didn't eat there, did we?
No, we didn't. We ate at Charlie's.
Charlie.
Remember Charlie's?
Who's Charlie?
Who's Charlie?
I don't know who he is. Where is he?
Who is Charlie? Where is he? Is this Charlie?
He's in the kitchen.
But no, I think if I were to like be what they call a snowbird,
yes,
I think I would have a place in Orlando.
Really?
Yeah,
Orlando. That's quite a
great
bold statement.
A lot of great golf courses, plenty to do.
It would have been for me Sarasota when the Clown College was open because I wanted to get my teaching credentials there.
But of course, by the way, I went to Florida this past weekend, and my wife and I took an Uber to the airport in the morning, and on the way to the airport, the guy who drove us told us his life story. And this is at 5 o'clock in the morning because we had an early flight. And I found out he had been married 4 times.
Wow.
Why his last wife left him. He took her and her 9 family members on their honeymoon with them in an RV driving down US 1. And, he told us everything.
Was he pitching for a big tip, do you think? Like, my life is in this sort of sad
because
shape?
I saw his tip deteriorating as we went along. He's like, okay, there's a buck gone. There's another buck gone.
Yeah, you flipped your meter
up.
How long was the ride?
It was like 30 minutes, 35 minutes, but he told us everything.
I had a similar situation. I was down for spring training years ago, and we were on 100, and the guy who drove me, it was a longer cab ride, and this dude was a Scientologist, and he was trying to sell me.
Trying to get you all sold on Scientology?
Sell me on Scientology, how Scientology, he had a goiter that went away because Scientology cured
that's
it.
cool.
Yeah.
That's the big thing. For Scientology, it's goiter removal.
I don't think I've ever seen one goiter on any Scientologist that I've ever seen.
Coincidence?
That's the first thing you notice. That's auditing, actually. You can see the goiter disappear.
Shrinking
when
before
they're
your very eyes.
It is creepy when you drive past that facility in Clearwater. Like you go from Tampa.
Yeah, it is.
Out to the Clearwater Beach, and you pass that compound or whatever.
The windows are blacked out.
I know, man. It's strange.
There's alien ships taking off and landing.
Xenu's showing up.
Yeah. The Thaden parking lot is huge.
You ever read what happens
the
to
Goiter Center?
The Goiter Center.
It's unbelievable.
What happens to Scientologists when they die? Would they believe?
Yes, they go to that planet. They get on with Xenu. They get on a plane.
They get on a plane.
Yeah.
And that's what Kirstie Alley did after she passed.
Okay.
And,
It's kind of like that movie Battlefield Earth, which is the L. Ron Hubbard.
That's why Travolta made it.
Sci-fi, yeah.
I mean, believe what you want to believe. I don't know. Nobody knows what happens when you die.
But I'll tell you something. If you have a goiter, there's no other.
The fact that
if you have a goiter, there's no other choice.
The fact that we are sitting here talking on these contraptions that then get our voice to essentially millions of people on a globe that is floating in the middle,
sure.
So getting on that is not that far fetched.
That's why
what we are doing right now. Our existence is pretty far fetched.
Maybe Kirstie Alley's right. I have no
Couldn't
idea.
help but notice you don't have a goiter, Mr. Scientology man.
I am not, but he touched my neck.
Okay,
goiter went away.
There you go.
Wow.
Think about it.
Crazy.
Nick, getting on a plane after I die doesn't sound so bad.
Right.
Especially if you have good seats.
Hang out with a bunch of aliens, go to another planet.
I mean,
you get on the plane and it's Gary Lauer sitting next to you. Oh, Christ. I got to listen to this all the way to heaven.
All the way to Xenu's planet.
Hey, I've never been to Xenu, but I've been to Oklahoma.
Touch my goiter. Actually, he wouldn't have one. If
It's
he
a
was
sorty goiter.
All right. Anyway, I think we've gone on too long.
Yeah.
But information you can use.
Information you can use.
That's what we do.
It's what we're all about.
If you look...
Right?
Josh Groban keeps trying to get his inspirational message in there.
No.
Yeah, it just won't. It won't sink.
Yeah.
That dog won't hunt.
All right, we do need to take a break because we have a guest who's going to be joining us shortly. We will return, and when we get back, Chris Turner is going to be here in the studio because he's going to be performing at Helium Comedy Club tonight. We'll spend some time when we get back. Hang out.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR.
She took the scissors out and she cut up her gown and made it into something a little more
fancy.
She's just
Wow.
unbelievably enchanting.
Yeah, just a beacon of light.
Just a beacon of light and
dark
hope.
world.
And gorilla saving.
Yeah.
She wrote, how you present yourself can determine how you feel. And she captioned a mirror selfie in the hospital room that featured her mother, Tish, standing behind her and doing her hair. And she said, thank you, Mama, for helping this little sickie look a little bit better by brushing my God.
So gross.
So gurgly.
Not getting better.
She also wrote, redesign my hospital gown.
Maybe she needs to just rest.
The final post saw Miley being
Get in the bed!
Being showered, and this is her in bed, showered with love by her friends as she laid in her hospital bed covered with rose petals next to a giant bouquet of bright yellow sunflowers and a large I love you balloon. And she wrote, I love my main gaze.
Well, her boyfriend came to visit overnight, Preston. The stories have been updated.
Wait, who's her boyfriend?
I don't know. He's a mystery man. To me.
Mystery man.
And he's playing guitar for her.
Played acoustic for her, and she's chilling. She's in bed, Steve. So she's resting up.
All right, looks like Danny Glover.
Yeah, it's not Danny Glover. It's a white guy with a beanie on.
That's my bitch.
No.
So she's healing up as we speak.
Well, listen, she's trying to heal for a good cause.
But what a voice.
We all support gorillas.
Mm-hmm. A nervous sex shop customer with a marked resemblance to Elvis Presley is the subject of a manhunt in New Zealand.
Like a double-headed dildo, man.
Police want to speak to the Elvis lookalike in connection with the theft of an imitation vagina from Peaches and Cream Adult Megastore in suburban Auckland.
This one looks just like Scylla.
Staff member Kat Mayer described the man as having black, slick-backed hair and wearing large sunglasses, and in a not very Elvis touch, an orange high-visibility vest.
Look at that vagina, man. That thing's huge.
He had attempted to buy the sex toy, but when his credit card was declined, he said that he was going to go out and get another card. Instead, he snatched the vagina.
Snatched his vagina.
And ran out of the shop. She said
it's called dining gash.
She said...
That's good.
Thank you, man. That's why I'm the king.
She said it's really frustrating when this sort of thing happens. So rude, and it ruins your day. She said the man tried to distract her. She said he was very energetic and erratic, going around the shop.
I got so much energy, man.
Talking a lot. He brought a sex toy called Like a Virgin up to the counter, but his card was declined.
I ain't nothing but a hound doggy style.
He was really vivacious. She said, I'm not here to judge anyone, but he comes in really vivacious, and he blindsided me. I mean, I look like an idiot, but it happened so quick, and before I know it, he's running off down the street.
Don't beat yourself up. If a guy who's an energetic Elvis comes into your sex shop, you're going to be thrown off.
Local police confirmed that they had received a report of theft at the store, so they are looking for Elvis with a fake vagina. How about one of our favorites, Lindsay Lohan? She seems to be vying for Liam Hemsworth's attention after following his split from Miley Cyrus.
This he played Thor, baby.
No, that was the other.
Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah, this is Liam.
There's two of them?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Liam was in the
Hunger Games.
The Hunger Games. Thank you,
I got
Case.
the wrong one.
Liam appears to be the only single remaining in a quick, fast Hollywood recoupling. Miley has moved on with Caitlyn Carter, who just split from Brody Jenner, who is now with Josie Canseco.
Oh, my God. You know, if he really wants to throw it back in her face, Liam should get with Caitlyn Jenner.
That would be...
What's your name, hot stuff?
That would be...
Are you Thor? Hunger Games.
That would be wonderful. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm hungry.
Hungry for some games.
Lindsay,
let's play hide the pickle.
So here's what happened. Lindsay hit on Liam in the comments section of an E! News repost of a selfie of Liam and Chris Hemsworth.
Oh, my
OMG.
God. You need a forensic scientist to backtrack this.
Who watches this stuff?
By the way, Lindsay, there was... it's all gone south. The smoking, the hard living. She ruined everything.
So the E! News account captioned the selfie, "It's an age-old debate, Chris or Liam Hemsworth." And then Lindsay responded in the comments, "Why didn't we meet in Sydney or Bondi?" That's it, folks.
Okay. That's the flirt. That's the big flirt.
There it is, man.
All right.
I got that's the time off.
Liam and Chris.
You can make me a Vegemite sandwich. Because you come from land down under. Women thunder, men plunder.
And Liam and Chris have been hanging in Australia since the split.
Let's hang. Let's pet some dingoes.
So what?
Pet some dingoes.
Oh, pet some dingoes.
What did you thought you heard?
I didn't know what that was.
It's Australian.
I heard pants and dingoes.
Pants and dingoes.
It's a great. It's an Aboriginal vaudeville team. I'm pants and I'm dingoes.
Yeah. Break out the didgeridoo. It's time for pants and dingoes.
I'm sorry, I didgeridoo.
Yep.
Waka waka waka.
That's the punchline.
Those are the jokes. And then instead of like a slide whistle, that's what they play. The Aborigines like, yeah, it's good.
Do you remember the squirtable butter used to come in a thing?
Yeah, butter spray.
Is that what?
I
no,
can't
not
believe it's
spray,
not
not
butter.
There's an actual like liquid, almost
Really?
like
liquidy
like the way you
butter.
dispense mustard.
It was
don't
more
remember
back in the 80s probably. And if you had a waffle, you could go blink, 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 blink in each little.
Okay. I had a waffle.
Each little
I'd eat it
crevice.
in the morning.
Yeah,
there we go.
You
Parkway.
need butter in every little square?
You do.
If you're
If you're a man.
If you're a man. No.
Okay.
No, I obsess about little things like that.
Okay.
It's just like weird.
So your answer is yes, you do.
Yeah, I have a butter memory with Preston that is probably 19 years old. Do you know what it is?
memories.
Butter memory.
Preston, do you remember the butter memory?
That's probably 19 years old.
19 years old.
memories.
You would have to butter memories. You would have to give me a hint.
Me, you, Steve, and Marilyn.
Wow.
that wraps it up.
Butterfest,
did a show
1998.
for 3 years together.
Media
lucky.
Court Diner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You know the butter memory?
Yeah.
Oh, well, tell.
So we're sitting there, and it's after we had done a show, and we're having lunch, and there was
We're all just getting to know each other, by the way.
yeah, we're all getting to know each other, and so they had a little ramekin full of butter, which is a small dish. And so I guess it was a ball of butter or something like that. And we're just talking, and I just reach out and grab it and just squish it with my hand, just to be outrageous,
Provocative.
I'm like, ooh, butter,
Yeah.
and I did that, and he died laughing. So.
I was like, what? I wish I would have done that.
First sight.
That looked fun.
Butter memories.
But if I owned a diner and
I dine in the morning.
and I was serving waffles, there would be a special little spray that I would put melted butter in so that you could go.
You would keep it like you could even have it as you could have the way you have a mug warmer where your butter could be on it and with the pump so that you could dispense that
Now
way.
it would need to be more like misty,
like a fire hose.
No, like
Like spray bottle.
like a spray bottle, like you would spray your indoor plants.
Like a spritz.
I disagree. I think that the butter, like the spray butter, you're lessening the quality of the butter product. And if you're going to have like actual butter, you're going to need to have like a vat of melted butter. This is your diner, so I'm not trying to tell you how to run your business.
You open your own diner next door and do
build your own goddamn
normal, boring pats of
I
butter.
kind of want to work with you, like almost like as if I was your therapist, and to make you okay with not having butter in every square. Like it's all right.
No, I know.
It's still going to taste good. You're going to get enough butter.
Believe me, I've
Touchstone Pictures. He had to have butter in every square until a concerned therapist came into his life. My name is Romano. I think I can help you.
Then we need some good music, like
yes,
Peter
inspiring.
Gabriel,
Salisbury Hill.
Salisbury Hill. Yeah. See if you can pull that up. So the serious part when he realizes he has a problem.
Oh, no, I can't even get it together anymore. Every time I go into the diner, I start trembling like crazy. I think I know someone you can talk to. And then she came into his life. My name's Romano, and today's the day we start making changes. From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a boy who learned now how to not have butter in every square of his waffle. Butter squareless waffle boy.
Butter squareless waffle boy.
Or something to that effect.
It's butter therapist.
I feel like I already went through this with Jace, like at breakfast time. It's okay, honey.
Unbutterable.
Is that the name of the movie?
Yeah.
I'm doing it!
Take away the last of our passes for the Cream of the Scream, stop number 2, Base Motel Haunted Hayride tonight at 6 o'clock.
Such a good time.
It's going to be a beautiful night tonight, by
Yes,
the way.
absolutely.
Just cloudy skies, a little bit cool, perfect for getting your ass
funk on.
destroyed by being scared. Why did I just say get your ass destroyed?
What the hell are they doing down there?
It's terrifying.
There's Savivores. Bates Motel will rip your butthole to shreds. You'll be crapping blood for a month.
3 callers right now.
Look at that. It's my sphincter.
What happened? 263 WMMR. Oh, my God. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
You know him from movies and streaming shows, and of course, one of the best podcasts in the world. And we're happy he's back in town. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Maron is here. Hey, Mark.
Am I on? Is it on?
It is on.
And comedy. They know me from comedy.
They do. That's why you're at the Miriam tonight, man. We were checking our records, and I think the last time you came by for a visit was in our studio in 2012.
I know. Look at us all turning old. Look at a bunch of old men now.
That's why you got to shave your head.
I do?
Yeah,
Is it time?
What happens is it at least removes that visual cue, you know, so.
Then you're just the ageless bald man.
Exactly.
How old is that Buddha?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, you look good, Buddha.
Yeah. I don't know when it happened to me though. Like I'm just starting to notice it now. For years,
you
I was
look good though. No, you look good. I'm going to say I'm going to put you in the age-defying category, and I think because you have an iconic mustache.
Oh, is that what's happening?
I think that's it. Yeah.
I finally have an iconic mustache.
Yes, I think because you can be drawn with your facial hair. You're in one of the rare class of people, celebrities, who can be defined by their facial hair. Just in a sketch.
I used to do the sort of a soul patch zapper thing. Now I got some. Now I got a full beard going. But I think I just noticed it a couple weeks ago. I think I slept one might have been last Wednesday. I woke up old. Like I feel like everybody hits that moment where you look at yourself in the mirror and you're like, it happened. I don't know when it happened.
Do you know what it is? It's like sometimes. Why does that jiggle now?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is.
Are you jumping up and down in front of the mirror? Look at me. It's all going. It's all jiggling.
That's it.
Something hurts that didn't hurt before.
That's happening.
And the time to recover takes longer.
Yeah, if you ever do recover, it's the living with the hurting. You know what I mean? Like, I guess my toes are like that now. Yeah, but I feel all right. I think so.
You're in good shape. You've remained in good shape for quite a while.
It takes work, man.
You know, I was watching, Mark, a documentary just over last weekend on Sam Kinison, and you go back to that. And I think of all the ways, knowing you were going to be in, the bizarre, fluidity of life, and you're in that prominently.
I was.
Yeah, you're mentioned many times. Yeah, in the beginning. So the
where's this on?
Yeah, it's
all right
or something. So, but long story short, if you look at your career the way it's firing now, it's got to be wild to be where you were back then, to gone through all you've gone through.
Yeah.
The book is out. Waiting for the punch.
Yeah.
The shows, the podcast, interviewing the president, all of this stuff. Do you have time to take a breath and absorb it all, or do you just keep going?
I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm experimenting with experiencing peace of mind. And happiness, because I'm told it's beneficial to us, and that's what we're working towards.
We have cash prizes to give away.
I know we're so excited about everything else, but that should make the people competing excited.
Yeah, top prize for best design, and obviously that's the mother of all. Is $1,000.
Yeah.
And we have second and third place, $500 and $250.
Bragging rights.
And then we have honorable mentions. There will be 3 sleds that get $100. Just a little thank you for being out there. Fastest sled ends up getting, and this is the best bang for your buck if you do fastest sled, because it's usually just a toboggan style, one person.
Basically.
$500 for the fastest sled.
And we do those right at the beginning.
Yep.
And do the time trials. And there's some questions as to how many lanes or runs we're going to have open, so we can do a couple of them together. But as you said yesterday, Preston, we're kind of finding our way around. So
as of now, we don't know some of this.
We don't know some of the stuff, but when we get there, we're going to get it all laid out, and we're going to be able to hang with you, which is awesome.
We'll figure it out.
And we're building a new tradition at Montage.
And our favorite fail. So the best wipeout, and that's just we do a quick vote. Which one did you like the most?
And we've had some incredible wipeouts.
And we're going to give away 12 cases of Surfside iced tea.
Wow.
For that. So has got booze in it, by the way, from stateside. And then we have these awesome cardboard trophies. Acme Corrugated Box Company always creates these really cool, large,
I don't know how they do it.
Cardboard trophies.
It's got to be some sort of laser cutting thing or whatever.
For you to keep, and those are for best design and favorite fail. So we thank those guys for being a part of that again. And don't forget that Everclear plays a concert 5 o'clock on Friday. The stage is right there, man. It's right at the base of the run. It's crazy. They're going to be playing right there.
I love it. And so where we're going to be broadcasting from is elevated so we can see everything at the end of the run, which is kind of wild.
I think it is.
Yeah. Unless we've been lied to.
I don't know. I mean, because there's this VIP tent area, and I don't know.
We are quite literally going to find out a lot of the stuff when we get there.
Yeah.
And we'll get the lay of the land when we're up there.
And then there's going to be live music in the lodge after Everclear plays. That's on Friday night. And then Saturday, an early show, Lit, is playing at 2:30, and then Fuel headlines at 5 p.m. And then they have a fireworks show as well. So
fireworks up in the mountains over snow.
Yeah, man.
In your yurt?
Spectators for the Cardboard Classic are free to attend. Tickets for the concerts and snow sports are on sale now. And if you want to get a link sent to you, you can just text the word cardboard to 39333.
Have you seen how they shift for the summer? What they do up there? I mean, inner tube course along a watery sort of river thing that they set up, and I mean it becomes this wholly other thing.
Yeah, some resorts, some mountains will do that. They'll like zip lines and other things that you can take advantage of. You know what I like riding, actually, bizarrely, is the ski lift in summertime.
Yeah.
Yes. So do I.
I've done it in Colorado. We did it at Vail, and you take it up to the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Get cool views.
Yeah.
It's a different vibe, but they're just as much fun to visit in the summertime.
Yeah. All right,
did that
great.
in New Hampshire, the ski lift up, and then we zip lined down. It was pretty awesome.
You did Whistler, right? So Whistler, we went to Whistler in the summer. And,
you did?
Yeah, and it was a lot of fun.
You know what, Steve? We went in the summer as well, and there was summer skiing because that's how high up it goes. But when we were on the ski lift going up the mountain, we saw bears underneath us.
Oh,
it was really cool. It was a mama bear. It was a mama and two cubs, and they walked right underneath us on the ski lift, which was really cool. It was a neat experience.
I love it.
All right.
Hey, is that where, by the way, Nick, like the Peach Festival, is that done at Montage?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Montage, I believe, well, now I'm speaking out my ass. I think it was a Live Nation venue at one point, but it might not be anymore.
Okay.
Well, it's what they do is amazing, and we're looking forward to it.
What's the Peach Festival?
It's like a dig fur.
No, it's like a hippie fest.
Summer Jam Fest.
So like jammy bands?
Yeah, Widespread Panic, Trey Anastasio Band.
Anastasio has played there?
Who?
Stray Anastasio's played there, Montage?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Have you seen him there?
No, because it's always in the middle of the summer when I'm...
when the living's
down,
easy?
Well, I'm always down the shore. So,
Okay, all right.
Wait a minute. Being down the shore would stop you from going to the mountains to see Trey?
If it was Fish, no. But
Okay.
Trey Anastasio Band, yes.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so you got this year, Tedeschi Trucks Band. So that's cool. That's Susan Tedeschi and Derek Trucks. And Goose is a new favorite of mine. I like My Morning Jacket, Ween, nice little Philly band there.
Yeah, that's all really good stuff.
Oh, and Casey, Mike Gordon of Fish.
Yep.
Ziggy Marley.
Humphreys McGee.
We're just reading names
Joe
now.
Russo's
Flange
almost dead.
McWimple.
That was Flange Rip Rock.
Flange Rip Rock.
So Mike Gordon has his own solo band?
Yeah, I think they all do. Paige had his own band. John had one called Pork Tornado.
The Gibbons kids, Case.
What?
Stop it.
Yeah, Mike Gordon is actually really... he's a great musician. He did some stuff with Leo.
He made the list of top 10 Gordons to watch.
Leo Kotke.
Gordon from Sesame Street. He was on there.
Yeah. Gordon's Fisherman.
Right.
Yeah. Who are the other Gordons that we're missing that would be in the top 10?
Gordon Shumway.
Gordon Shumway, who is
of course,
Alf.
Of course, you know that.
G. Gordon Liddy, does that count?
From the Watergate.
Yep.
Sure, I think he's dead, but there's an impersonator. It's like
Gordy
Gallagher
LaChance.
1 and Gallagher 2.
Gordy LaChance from Stand By Me.
Gordo from The Right Stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
Gordo, my college friend.
You had a friend named Gordo in
That was
college?
her last name, yeah.
Okay.
I think Gordo is kind of a cool nickname.
Can you tell we're killing time waiting for our guest to get here?
Flash Gordon. Does that count?
Flash Gordo?
Yeah.
Sure. Gordon's to watch.
Gordon.
Yeah.
Gordy
Gordon's
Howe.
to
He's dead, though.
Was Gordy's first name Gordon?
Gordon Howe, yeah.
Okay.
It's Gordonell.
I just knew him as Gordy. I only know him as Gordy, but you can call him Gordon if you like.
Guess what?
Our guest is
That's crazy.
Yes.
We
not done
were
talking.
stalling. I think only the most astute listener could tell that was not fully scripted.
No. But our next guest is indeed here. Is in our studio. We're getting him mic'd up. And he will be at Helium Comedy Club tonight, and we'll blame Meredith for this because she brought him in.
Hitting the sauce this morning.
This is Chris Turner. Who's here.
Good morning, everyone.
How are you, Chris?
I'm tremendous, thank you. There's just a picture of me appeared on the television.
There it
It's
is.
state of the art. I don't know if you've ever seen radio in the UK. It's usually a person in a shed.
Yeah, we've actually seen some BBC stuff, and it's they're smaller, intimate studios. This is a little bigger.
Yeah, I mean, you have such large biceps that it needs to be.
Absolutely.
See, this is how we endear ourselves. I'll pay a compliment to each person going around the table.
And then the slaughter begins.
What part of the UK are you from?
I'm from Manchester, the northwest, but I don't sound like it because I wish to be employable.
Oh my God.
But you live in New York, yes?
I live in Brooklyn.
Well, that's a similar accent.
It really is, yeah. It's kind of strange because my wife and I both sound like, oh, hello, we're from England. And then we have a little girl, and she's not talking yet, but she is going to have a Brooklyn accent because you pick it up from your peers. So she's going to go to school there, and she'll be like, hey, Mom. Like, I can't wait for that. It's going to be great when they come home to meet her parents, and we're like, would you like some tea?
It's funny because I have...
I love that. That's hilarious.
I have two friends. They're actually from the same town in Ireland, but she was raised in Manchester. So she has the Manchester accent, and he's got a thick Irish accent. And the kids were all raised here in Pennsylvania. But they have... I feel like they all...
A hybrid?
They do. I feel like they have a hybrid accent.
Maybe you'll get one of those hybrid accents.
It's like a mongrel accent. We have a friend who's from Texas, and then they moved to the UK, and over the 6 years that they were in the UK, their accent became this just twisted mess of just being like, would y'all like to go to the Village Fete? and now they're back in America. And when I talk to them, sometimes the words just come out and you're just like, oh, this is what my baby's going to sound like.
Right.
Ugh.
But I feel like children with English accents are so cute.
They really are. I mean, children are so annoying that I think having a Brooklyn accent when you're like kind of, Mom, I made a mess. You're like, I'm going to hit you. Yeah. But if they're like, Mummy, I made a whoopsie. Oh, how can I be harsh to you, sweet little friend?
No, you're absolutely right. That's much more adorable. But you cut your comedy teeth, so to speak. Oh, you were over in you did the Fringe.
Yeah, he's British. Make it about his teeth. Go on. Get on in.
No, I'm in the same boat. But the Fringe Fest and in Edinburgh and all that. And you were part of a comedy improv group, correct?
Yeah. So I started comedy through improvised comedy. So kind of like Whose Line Is It Anyway, like quick games, all that kind of.
That's the way to learn. I think so.
I think so. You get used to being on stage and going. Like, to me, I mean, it was a really hard way to learn in the sense that I was like, I can be funny with no preparation. Let me do stand-up comedy, because then when you're prepared, I'll be extra funny.
Right, yeah.
And it turns out, no, the audiences are very forgiving when you make it up. They're like, well, they made it up, so we'll chuckle.
You're right.
You do a stand-up joke and they go, you've worked on this?
That's exactly right, Chris. So I did stand-up years ago, and I was in an improv group, and you know, obviously not really successful at that at all because I'm here right now. But the truth of the matter is that improv structure helps you learn, because basically what you're doing is as you know, you're saying it as you're writing it. That's the only difference. But you're right. Audiences tend to be a little bit more forgiving.
And improv, you're with a group of people. So if you're just like, I'm hungover today, then someone else is like, don't worry, got you back. Whereas stand-up, you're like, I'm hungover today. Because obviously for the purposes of the show tonight, I'm specifically very awake because I had to be up for this. So grateful, obviously, but my gosh, I'm so bleary. People are like, you're used to it because you got a baby. My baby's a goddess. She sleeps until like 10 a.m. every morning.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the wonders of Tylenol. It's
Wow.
incredible. Yeah.
Overdosing too helps.
Well, no, there's a limit that you can just keep them hooked on.
Right.
And it's fine for their liver, probably. We'll find out when she's older.
So, do you still do stuff with the improv? Because
I met my wife through that improv group. And people go, "Oh, you're at university at the same time." I'd left university and was doing a show with my group at the Fringe. So the Fringe is this huge arts festival, the biggest one in the world.
I've been, and it was It was an amazing time to be there. Just totally everywhere you turn, there was a comedian or some sort of juggler or something. It was amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. But I was back. They were like, we need people for the show. We're short. Chris, can you come and do a show with us? And I was like, oh yeah, I remember how to do it. And she was on stage. I was like, she was funny and smart and also attractive, right? So you're just putting up pictures of me. Where is this picture from? How have you got my wedding photos?
We're pretty good, huh?
Yeah, it makes me look very She is lovely.
Yeah.
It makes me look very fancy.
Yeah, looks like you're in the back of a Rolls somewhere.
It is that. We were in, I think it was a Rolls, and the driver, because this is like a half-hour drive home from the wedding, like the cathedral. We got married in a cathedral, obviously, to the to the castle. We went from Inverness Cathedral to
You went
Inverness
to a castle?
Castle. Yeah. Look, come on, she's fancy. You can't. There's an owl at our wedding. My best man is holding an owl. That was a gag that I planned.
Harry Potter?
It was. The guy gets hired for that. I planned that gag. My best man gets up. He's like, "Oh, I don't have the rings," and then he pulls out a dead bird from his pocket.
Oh my God.
And then an owl swoops in, and he goes, "Cheers, mate." Gets the rings off the owl, and the owl flies away.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, as soon as we got the date organised, I told my wife, "Got the owl confirmed." It's like, sorry, how much was it for the performing owl? I'm like, ignore that fact. It was quite a lot of money to get a trained owl.
I was going to ask, that how does one even go about doing that?
A man drove up 4 hours in a van with that trained owl. He brings 2 owls, brings the trained owl, which is very classy and, but gets tired. A bit of a diva, this owl. And so people want photos with the owl. So
there's the owl's music.
We wanted photos with the owl. So we have wedding photos of us with the owl. We also have photos of us with the owl with owl poop all over my wife's dress.
They projectile crap.
Oh yeah. She had little bits of shrew just dripping down the lace. But then he brought a funny owl, and we're like, "What do you mean a funny owl?" He goes, "You'll laugh when you see it." He brings this decrepit-looking idiot owl. I'm like, what's this owl? What's the taxonomy of this owl? He's like, this is called a scruffy owl. And you're like, okay. And then everyone takes a photo with this tiny owl, like the size of a canary on their fingers. But yeah, the big owl was great. But yeah, in that Rolls Royce, on the 30-minute drive back from the cathedral, the chauffeur would not shut up. We're like, this is a romantic moment.
He just had it.
I was just talking about, but mine wasn't a wedding. It was an Uber to the airport, and we got the life freaking story from this guy the entire ride.
You're at that point, you're supposed to be turning to your new wife, and you're supposed to be talking about forever and all of this. That's your moment, and he kept jumping in.
He just kept telling us that the back of his head was in season 2 of The Crown. Because he's like, he goes, because this car was used in The Crown, and only I can drive it, so you could say my crown was in The Crown. We're like, shut up.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get sexy here. And it's one car ride. How much can happen? The other thing was my wife just started slagging off our wedding videographer because apparently he'd burst into the kind of quiet, tranquil serenity of her makeup in the morning with her bridesmaids. There's 7 bridesmaids. There's her.
Wow.
And yeah, I know a lot again.
Yeah.
She was like, no, you can have 7 groomsmen. I was like, I do not have that many friends. But he just burst in. He's like, all right, girls, we're having some fun. We're getting pretty, getting our makeup on. No, give us a big smile. And so her maid of honor had to go, we love your strong masculine energy, but it's quite a quiet, private moment, right? So he left. And so she's just slagging him off. And I'm just there the whole time going, this is nice. I'm glad he can't listen to us. I'm glad that I'm not still mic'd up from the ceremony and recording in my pocket. Jesus. So I have to start hand signaling, going like, shut up.
Wow.
And I realize it's recording. And because it's recorded the whole ceremony and we were making jokes and stuff while we were getting married, I didn't want to press stop and like worry about deleting it.
Right.
So when I got to the castle, he went, "Oh, you've still got my mic." And it's not live broadcast; it was recorded. And I went, "In the car, we had quite an intimate conversation. I would appreciate if you don't listen to anything after the ceremony." And he went, "I promise you that." I'm like, so if he's heard us flag this off, he deserves that.
Well, yes, but I think at that point, I would be incited to absolutely listen.
Yeah.
Knowing that, you're right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, so what, he's there, you know. We can't go into that this early in the morning, but yeah.
Well, listen, I wanted to ask about your reputation as a freestyle rapper. That obviously is a big part of who you are, and you have. It says here you've garnered over 35 million views on YouTube because of your freestyle skills and all this stuff. I do have a question before we're going to ask you to maybe give us a little sample of that because I haven't heard it yet. But I'm on your YouTube channel right now. And who do you handle your YouTube channel? Or you have someone else do it?
I do handle it. Yes.
Okay, because you write things about yourself like freestyle rapper destroys so hard. White guy is freestyle rap beast.
I don't know if you've been on the internet.
Rapper takes an awkward audience.
If I can't just go reasonably adequate rap. The internet isn't like, click on this, the most average-sized dog you've ever seen. Doctors don't want you to know this kind of normal thing we do. You have to hyperbolize.
I know.
The hyperbole is everything.
I follow other YouTubers, and they were like, she has the most amazing voice in the world, and it's the girl herself is writing that about herself, but it's to get clicks. Obviously,
exactly.
You want
and
people
also,
to check it out.
I would contend I am the best.
There you go.
Look when it has been said of me that I am the greatest English freestyle rapper of my generation. It has also been said I am the only English freestyle rapper of my generation.
What found you being a fan of freestyle rap? So are there? Give us your inspirations who led you down this path.
So I was a fan of just rap. I was 12 years old, started listening to it because friends were like, "Hey, you got to listen to Eminem, you got to listen to Dr. Dre and Snoop," and I was like, "This is great." And then my dad bought an Outkast album because he liked Miss Jackson. So I'm like, "Listen, these are great." And so I would. In my head, in my dumb little suburban white Chris head, I thought that all rap was made up. I just thought that's what rap was. I thought it's like, you make up stuff that rhymes.
Right.
I didn't realize.
Freestyle.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And it's not. It's written. And no one, even now, hardly anyone freestyles. Like, if you watch like a freestyle on the radio, it's a written thing that's done over a beat. Very few people claim to actually improvise.
Even that show, Rap Battles or whatever, that they'd have them. I'm sorry.
It's written.
Yeah, of course.
And
it's
rap battles, like real rap battles, are prepared and written. You have improvised bits where they say something about you, so you have like a minute to come up with something and come back, and then it's prepared lines. But I was just making up raps, and then when I kind of got to university after 6 years of rapping for my friends, and then they'd just be like, "Hey, rap about how Mike's pretty fat," and then Mike would be like, "Hey, rap about how blah blah is pretty blah blah," and then you'd do all that. At university, I started doing improv, and we did these improvised rap games because we were trying to be like, whose line is it anyway?
Right.
And they're like, "Chris, you're really good at this." I'm like, am I? Is that hard to do?
It is.
Yeah, people can't do that. And then I kind of started mixing it with my stand-up, started working on it a bit more.
And it became central to your whole thing.
Yeah.
So what about Philly native Lil Dicky? Because he's all over the internet with his freestyle raps. Are those freestyle or are those...
No. Lil Dicky is very, very funny. It's written.
It is.
Yeah.
So yeah, you write. Those songs are written.
Okay.
So in the moment you're improvising, you're taking something that is off the cuff, and that's honestly that's the basis of improv. And as you say, people can be more forgiving with that. But I have to ask, because I was watching a lot of your stuff. It's very impressive. Have you had anybody from the rap world, rap community, come out and codify what you're doing here? Or
oh gosh, I mean, in New York, being at the Comedy Cellar, which is my home club, in the Village Underground room, we have a live band, and when I started performing there, I used to use beats rather than the band because I didn't know the guys.
Okay,
I'd be like, hey, let's just use some backing tracks, and then a couple of weeks in, like a couple of the guys from the band were like, hey, you can use us, and I was like, oh, great, cool, I'd love that. And then a couple of weeks later, after working with the band, they were like, we weren't really sure about you We were like, who's this white British guy coming saying he can rap? And then we watched you for a couple of weeks. We were like, oh, no, he's got it. And then we started playing with you. We're like, oh, no, he knows what he's doing. And then every now and again, they'll be like, hey, you know who I was in the studio with today? Insert rapper name. They'll be like, he can't freestyle at all. They're like, and I'd be like, hey, you got to check out this guy. So
that's cool. That's got to be.
Really
that's got to
cool,
blow you away.
Yeah, working with like session musicians who work with rappers, going like, "Nah, you've got it," was really nice. I mean, yeah.
I listen to. I don't want to say a lot of rap, but my son is almost 16 and he listens to rap, and so when he gets in the car, I listen to his music. And I want to ask if there is a term for what I hear in rap all the time, especially with Drake, when the beat starts, when he goes like, yeah.
That's called an ad lib.
It's called an ad lib.
Yeah, so everyone has their own ad lib. So like my favorite one was always Designer, who's the guy who did Panda, which is the one was like Panda, Panda, Panda. He had one song, but his ad lib that everyone wanted was him just going rah.
Okay,
and it sounds great.
Yeah,
yeah, and like so you hear a track with him on, or he's guesting, and in the background he's like rah. Raw. It's so fun to do.
And does that just get him into the? Is that meant to like kind of get you into? I
think it's just
groove,
you've got the energy. Like, I mean, the best person for ad libs is Young Thug because he'll just say ridiculous stuff in the background. His voice is so high and auto-tuned, and it's impossible to imitate because it's just him being weird in the background, like.
It's so anomalous to see you talking about these acts and. Because if you were to create a skit about a guy who's like the world's worst rapper, you would look like that guy. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you. Yeah.
So the fact
Lab
that you
designed, it's a curse, really.
Yeah. But I mean that's a wonderful sort of switch for an audience that's coming to see you, and then you deliver the goods.
Yeah, and what's been fun with doing more shows and having more people know what I do, you know, the surprise of it, because it's a real twist to an audience who don't know me. When I'm like, hey, I'm a rapper, you get a big laugh. And I'm like, no, seriously. And then I do it and they're like, oh, wow. What's fun now is if people know what I do, they come and it's not a surprise. They try and catch me out, which means the suggestions get more difficult. They get better because I ask the audience to give me things to rap about. So I had a guy drive 5 hours from LA to Vegas to see a show. Weird, because I lived in LA at the time. He's like, why? And he's like, oh, you're always on nights I can't make it. I'm like, so you drove 5 hours here? Okay. And he goes, yeah, I'm going to catch you out, man, because you always think you can rap at anything. And so he gives me a suggestion. He goes, ancient Sumerian cuneiform texts. and I'm just like, right, no other suggestions. And I just do 3 minutes on that. And afterwards he's like, what? I thought I'd got you. And I'm like, I studied archaeology and anthropology at Oxford University. I've written essays on that. So
you're smart.
Do your research, mate. It's clear. Like, it really, and it's just a weird little brain thing that for some reason I just kind of store things. I'm not saying I don't know everything. There's things that, you know,
you need to know a little about a lot.
Steve has kind of like a catalog mind as well. You've said, because Steve is very quick-witted, and he can comment on things before you even have a chance to think about it. And something in his brain just goes, whatever the subject is, it goes to that, and then there's like 5 things, and you pick one and you go.
Are you ADD, by the way? Because I am apparently profoundly so, and that thinking line is not.
I'm not. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Lots of improvisers are.
Yeah.
And I'm just very much not. I'm very fortunate. My brain's weird. I can just at nighttime close my eyes, turn brain off, go to bed. My wife's like, wow. How are you not thinking about things?
Seriously?
Like, I just tell it to stop.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
But then I also have no long-term memory. Like, we've been in places and my wife goes, do you remember last time we were here? And I'm like, I've never been here. She's like, Chris, she's showing me pictures. I'm like, well, I guess.
That's a wild way your brain files information then.
Yes, there's benefits and there's drawbacks. Like, you know, I'm going to be older and I'll be rapping and my daughter's like, Dad, do you remember my birthday? I was like, what? Who are you?
Yes.
What are you doing?
If you're just tuning in, it's Chris Turner, who's going to be at Helium Comedy Club. It's just one show tonight at 8 o'clock. You graduate from Oxford?
I did, yeah.
Wow.
So you are a smarty pants.
Rather than a dropout. Yeah,
that's not going to diminish your perception.
I mean, it's archaeology. Come on. How are you failing at digging?
It's Indiana Jones, for Christ's sake.
Exactly. Yeah. Except if you bring along a small Chinese sidekick, they get really upset.
You need a short round in your life.
Exactly.
Yeah. Wow.
So, yeah, if you don't mind, we'd like to get a little taste of the freestyle. And so, should we do what your audience does? And
I mean,
offer
there's 5 of you, so why not do that? And like, I will say, make them exciting and good. Don't just say basic stuff. Like I say, don't say food, don't say animals.
Well, I was thinking about maybe some of the things we talked about this morning.
Sure.
Okay.
Because we had talked about octopus being almost like human minds.
Right.
Okay,
that
so
might be
octopus brains. That's
interesting.
fine, yeah.
Then there's, we were talking about Disney for a little while and theme parks.
Eating at Disney.
What else did we talk about this morning?
Whales were land animals.
Do you know any famous Gordons by chance?
Yes, we were talking about several famous Gordons.
Okay, yeah.
And what else?
Do you need like a paper and pen? I'm scared.
Oh, no, that's fine. If I forget, I'll ask you guys to remind me. No.
In the Just Saying Institute, where we had a couple of subjects that we covered in there, some studies.
Scientology?
There was one that you hated.
Goiters?
Scientology gets rid of goiters.
Okay, so Scientology cures goiters. Whales were land animals. Eating at Disney. Octopus brains being equivalent to human.
Right.
Yep.
And then famous Gordons. Well, do you guys have an instrumental or a beat?
Yeah, we do. We'll give you
different ones if you want to.
Yeah,
okay.
we'll let you pick which one you want. So this is
Rapper's discretion.
If you want something a little more up tempo, I think we have others.
Let's hear another one.
Okay, Case, pull up the next one. Here we go. No, it's a similar tempo.
It is. I'd say it's even slightly slower.
All right, let's go to another one, Case. Go to the third one. Here we go. Boy, these are all down tempo.
Yeah.
But I don't.
Do you need to speed it up?
No, this one's actually nicer. The other one sounded faster, but this one is quicker than those. Weirdly. So if we can I crank that up here?
Yeah.
Lovely stuff. Well, this is a freestyle based on all those suggestions. To remind you, Scientology curing goiters, whales being land animals, famous Gordons, octopus brains, and eating at Disney. This is a freestyle by me, and don't worry, it will not be as bad as you're expecting it to be. So let's do this. Cool. 5 topics, we got a lot to discuss. Checking out the cerebellum, yeah, the octopus. I be making my motion through the ocean. My 8 tentacles trying to handle my brain as big as yours. Looking at the squids like, you better study more, kid. Arithmetic, that's the type of stuff you should have did. I be a octopus university. Cephalopod, I'm coming through. I feel the certainty I can escape from any boat. Squeeze through like elastic or jello. See a guy called Ramsey like, hello, that's Gordon. He's soaring there with the Michelin. Angry man swears a lot, yeah, neck bristling. He says, what are you, an idiot sandwich? Some other Gordons I can manage. Anthony Gordon, I don't know, that name's just coming up. And Flash Gordon, yeah, fisticuffs. He's a British superstar on the TV. Other facts about this meal's not teeny. Large portions, rewarding. Makes you feel sicky when you eat a turkey leg over there with Mickey at Disney. Down there, Orlando, Ron DeSantis, like, oh no, I'm taking over. I'm in charge of the tax. I feel hungry, so I consume the snacks, knocking back the amount on Space Mountain, so huge. Next thing we're moving on, can you prove I've got a factus? A sweat on my neck, it annoys there, so I pray to get rid of my goiters like L. Ron Hubbard. He's rubbing it, metaphor. Read my Dianetics, that's the stuff I checked before. You can pray, do the little thing where they audit on your sweat glands. Tom Cruise, you never see his goiters there. They're removed even though his teeth aren't quite square. How can they not fix the sticks from his gums? Last one, thump, 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 thump. That's the huge legs, no fins there on the land. Blowhole in the back, whales got no hands. Understand, they used to walk just like you. Creatures on the land with the hole out, they blew. No fail with the blue whale. When will you learn? My favorite one with the baleen, shouting at sperm. That's a type of whale. I don't mean spermatozoa. That's the early morning freestyle rap flower.
Yes! Sensational.
My God, that's amazing.
Wow.
That is absolutely amazing.
Well, it almost becomes, so in a way, it's hilarious, but you're so awestruck by it that you're almost like watching a solar flare. You know, it's
like watching a solar flare. That's a beautiful.
I can't believe that's happening.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I was disappointed that none of you were throwing in some
brah.
There we go. Yeah, that's what we want. There we go.
There it was for you.
So let me ask you. Obviously, you're coming from a comedic end. Have you entertained the notion, or have you, in fact, released a serious run at a rap album.
Oh, God, nothing serious. Because what would I rap about, Steve? Well, let me tell you about this. Coming out of Brooklyn is hard, man. You know, old Dirty Bastard has a song like Brooklyn Zoo. I took my daughter to Brooklyn Zoo the other day. It was lovely.
Yes.
Really nice. Not as aggressive as he made it out to seem. I put out like comedy rap songs, but that's like there are people who rap much better than I do, so I keep in my niche, and my niche is like comedy and freestyle and rap, and you mix it all together, and then you dominate your niche.
Yeah, it's great,
and I think that's the way to do it. I would not listen to a written serious rap song by me.
Okay, all right.
I'd be like, that sucks.
Well, you know, there's a piano player. I think his name is Keith Jarrett. I think that's his name.
Keith Jarrett is the biggest selling solo piano album of all time. The Cologne concert.
They're completely improvisational.
I wish you'd asked me to rap about that.
Okay.
Mate, there's not enough time. Do you really want the story of the Cologne concert?
Sure.
Okay, cool. No one's gonna like this. We'll do it quick. Cool. Off the dome, give it a stab. Keith Jarrett playing the jazz. He was in Cologne on the tour and he had a hankering for food, wanted to consume. But they're like, Keith, we need the sound check in this room. He arrives playing on the piano. Of course, they're not a Steinway, but a Bessendorfer. The high and low register, the keys were all whack. But the middle, he was like, yeah, I'll give it a crack. And they were running it through the track. The 4 on the tape, he played for an hour, mate, no mistake. Echoed the sound of the opera house bell at the start. You can hear the laughter swell. Yes, it's my favorite part. I believe there's 4, including the encore A, B, C part 2, maybe some more. It sold millions of copies. We should stop everyone knows the Cologne concert by Keith Jarrett, and the story is that the piano was broken.
See, I did not know. I'm familiar with the concert.
So he had to play in the middle register all the way through, which if you challenge yourself, and this is why with freestyle, getting 5 suggestions directs the flow. If you said just freestyle, I could freestyle forever about just stuff in the room.
Right.
But your brain reacts to the challenge. And so for Keith Jarrett, he was like, well, I can't play low and I can't play high, so I can only play in a few octaves in the middle. And I'm tired and I'm hungry. And he enters into this just trance. And Keith Jarrett's brilliant, but there is something religious in this album, because he just the challenges channel this ability.
It's astonishing.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
When you listen to the album, it's so perfect.
Yeah. I don't know if you ever saw that animated movie Soul. It kind of touches on that.
So good. Flow.
Yeah.
It's all about flow.
Yeah.
And that's what freestyling is.
And losing yourself.
I don't know anything about this. What album is this?
So Keith Jarrett, it's Koln, but it's Cologne. So the Cologne concert. And at the start of it, what's really fun is everyone laughs right at the start of the album, and it's because his first motif he plays on the piano is him echoing the bell that the opera house plays to say the concert's starting. So he goes like dun 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 dun, and everyone goes ha ha ha. And if you don't know that, you're like, why are they laughing at him? And then it's just one thing that he does really well is that kind of Glenn Gould style thing of he hums along to his playing.
Right.
And
there's a lot of sounds that he's making.
Yeah, I mean he's so brilliant.
I don't know this story at all. I am now intrigued. I'm going to go check that out for sure.
Preston, I learned about this guy years ago when I was in college, or maybe a little bit after. There was a friend of mine who was sort of a savant. I think he might have been a little on the spectrum. I think he would say that. But that was his idol, and he would sit down and do that at the piano, an improvisational. Now, there's a certain level but it was an amazing thing to watch.
Yeah,
as we watch with you.
I give presentations and talks on creativity, and the freestyle rap is a really great way of being creative on command. So my friend Mads Korsgaard, who's a psychologist in Denmark, he's a psychologist everywhere, but he's Danish.
But only in Hey, what are you doing out? You're a bricklayer out here.
And he gives presentations about creativity, and he uses me to demonstrate creativity on command, because he goes, words everyone can understand, whereas you're improvising like a jazz musician. It's just that you have to understand music theory and jazz and appreciate it to get what a jazz soloist is doing, whereas with words we can go, wow,
Preston's a drummer, and
and it's there's a point where you can, and I'm proficient enough where I can improvise all that I want, and you're not even thinking about it. It's coming. It's just whatever it is, it happens. It's wonderful. It's a great place to get lost.
Yeah. So flow is when like ability and challenge meet.
I love that. Yeah.
So that's why like picking beats, like I like to have faster beats because if they're slow, then I actually have time to think, and what you want is time not to think. So strangely, it's more challenging to rap over a slower beat than it is a faster.
You're speaking my language because that's we have an understanding here. For example, with our dump button, the line of thinking is for Bill Weston as our program director. I'm just going to say it. You can dump on it if you want and take it off the air, basically. You know, if it's an expletive or something. And all of us, you know. But if you feel hampered by, I better slow down or I better not say that, then you're going to lose something.
Yeah.
And that's similar to what you're saying.
Yeah, you have to be in the moment and riding it. And, you know, it's why, like, sometimes I'll start a rap and then, like, the beat might cut out or something happens in the room that you have to stop for. And then if I start again, I'll switch up what topic I'm starting with the rap, or I'll rap about the same thing but in a different way, because you can't just repeat it. You've got to create a new flow.
It's very cool.
Yeah, I used to, like, I had a show which had a really complicated freestyle structuring, because my most common one is take 5 suggestions, do it. But I have a bunch of them. Like, if you come to the show, there's ones where I rap about objects people hold up. There's ones where you can text words in, and they all appear on the screen at the show, and then I rap about 20 of them in 3 minutes, and it's like this kind of against the clock thing. There was one which was just so complicated. I was like, I don't know if I can do this every time, and I had to pull it off. So I started rehearsing on a rug, and then I'd bring that rug to the venue, put the rug on the floor.
Wow.
People were like, oh, you a drummer? Like, you're setting up on a rug? But it was so that when I was on the rug, in my head, I was like, this is my magic carpet. So boring. I was like, I know I can do it on this rug. This rug can get me in flow. And it's not like superstition. It's being comfortable. So I know on the Comedy Cellar stage, I know that I can, like, tell the band play any beat. Doesn't matter the tempo. Doesn't matter how difficult. I can rap on it because I've done it hundreds of times on that stage. So that having that confidence lets you flow properly.
I believe that all that way, the way you're describing the processing, you know, all of that is absolutely resonates completely. I mean, with anybody who's, you know, we're speaking extemporaneously for, you know, almost 5 hours, and not at the level and precision that you're doing.
It's fun to us when people say, like, I can never do that. And you're like, you don't have a script for your day-to-day conversations unless you're a serial killer. Hello, how are you? Can I make you a coffee?
Here's my manifesto.
Yeah.
Chris, are you a sports fan? I'm
a soccer fan.
Okay. So here in Philadelphia, there's an announcer named Jim Jackson, and he calls hockey and he calls the Phillies sports, or he did in the past. And Casey years ago asked him a great question, which was, you know, hockey's a very fast-paced game. But if you're a soccer announcer or a baseball announcer, you have to pace yourself a lot more. And so Casey asked him, was it more difficult for him to go fast and announce the hockey game, or was it more difficult to announce the baseball? And he answered it was baseball because he had to fill the time.
Yeah.
So the pace at which he was doing the hockey became such a rhythm for him, it became habitual. And it sounds to me like that seems similar when you're rapping.
Yeah. I was about to say that. So he'd be glad of the new, like, clock laws.
It speeds up the game a little.
It really, which is, I think, a godsend for anyone, because, my gosh, baseball takes a long time.
You sound like my friend Helen from Manchester. She had sat through so many baseball games. She's like, I still don't get it. I don't understand the appeal.
Are you a fan? Because American football has made a big impression over in England.
I think you guys like to think it has.
Yeah, right.
I think that's really how they present it.
Really?
I mean, in London, it's a thing for a couple of weeks a year.
Okay.
But I think it's hard to know if it really is.
What's more laborious to watch, baseball or cricket?
Well, cricket does take 5 days. Cricket is a parody of how long baseball takes. But cricket's about getting absolutely hammered. Like, you just get utterly smashed. You're like, it's 11. Can we be this drunk?
Do they have wiffle cricket? So here, we have
wiffle ball.
Yeah, we have wiffle ball.
No, we used to play with proper cricket balls in our classrooms at my high school, and we broke the idea was like we can't break a window, so
Right.
you had to be really good at catching the ball when someone like hit it down the classroom. One time, a guy called Ben, surname redacted, grabbed the ball and it still smashed the window. We're like, how did it smash the window if you grabbed it? And he realized that he'd punched through the window with his hand. So he grabbed it, and he's like, right, I get to bowl next. And we're like, but Ben, you're bleeding.
Yes.
And he's like, shut up, I'm bowling. We're like, no, Ben, your arm is red. It looks like you're wearing a glove. And he did a comical thing where he just looks at his hand and went, ran out of the room with the ball. We're like, leave the ball, mate.
You're giving you all for your sport there. That's pretty wild. I have to ask this because did you design a tea? Is there a tea named after you, or is it? I saw this and it seemed like some bizarre factoid included in one of your.
Oh, I advertised Yorkshire tea. So that there is a rap that did reasonably well online for Yorkshire tea, which is it's a hip hop video about tea, and it's pretty over the top in the sense that we have like a lowrider tea trolley. We had like a brass band kind of playing in the background.
Right.
I have like these kind of towers of cakes and scones, and I'm kind of scratching them like a DJ. I make it rain with tea bags. There was a shot that was cut of me sat in front of a mound of tea bags rubbing sugar into my gums like Scarface. They were like, we cannot put that in. But it was such a fun video. I encourage people to watch.
I'll have to look for it. I'm a tea drinker.
There's a running joke on Ted Lasso about tea just being horrible and how anybody can handle that.
How can this show be popular if it's spreading this truth?
Well, it's about the American that doesn't like the tea.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you make sure to have tea every day?
I don't make sure. I just have tea every day.
You just have tea every day.
Yeah. On the screen now, we're seeing young Chris throwing tea bags. Oh, he's making tea.
Oh, you're 12 in this video.
I mean, it was sadly only made about 6 years ago, but that's how time ruins you. And doing this video, one of the most amazing things was one of the extras had been she'd been in Shakespearean production. She was an amazing actor, and there was a bit in the shot where I handed her a mug of tea.
Yeah.
But there was no tea in it.
Right.
Because we were like just handing it around. And she took it and sipped it and made me believe there was tea in it. I was like, you're so good at acting from sipping tea. I was like, that's empty and you've made it look real. And she's like, well, I'm a classically trained actor. I was like, why are you an extra in my dumb tea video? My favorite thing in this was there's a shot where there's all these women lining up at my tea trolley for me to service them. And the director had to kind of very subtly order it so it was prettiest girls at the front and less pretty girls at the back.
How was that finessed?
Really awkwardly, because he was like kind of, okay, we're going to do height order, except I want you here and you here. Could you take your shoes off so you're a bit smaller? And at the end of it, I'm just like, it's just hotties up front, isn't it? And he's like, shh.
You know the secret. Yeah.
So you're in Philly tonight.
There we go. You found the shot.
Oh, there it
you
is.
just went past it. And now you're going to say that I've got weird taste in women.
Oh, there they are.
you go.
Yeah,
no.
I know, but what you can't see is the people they hid behind the water cooler.
And the tree.
You're in Philly tonight. Meredith wanted me to also mention that you're also doing shows in Boston and Connecticut this week too, because we do have listeners that listen, all over. But so you are. When are you going to be in Connecticut and when are you going to be in Boston?
So I mean, it's tonight is in Philly. The day after is in Boston. The day after is in Hamden, Connecticut, at the Space Ballroom. So
And your usual haunt is the Comedy Cellar?
Comedy Cellar in New York. Yeah,
all right.
That's where you can catch me.
Well, listen, we thank you for being here this morning. We've had a great time. Thanks for showing off the freestyle skills.
No worries.
It's
Thank you for having
incredibly impressive and very entertaining.
Thank you.
Can you freestyle us out of this, press?
Me? Yeah, let me get right on that. Yeah. We'll be back in a minute. No, thank you for being here, Chris. We appreciate it. Chris Turner, Helium Comedy Club, tonight at 8 o'clock. Do not miss the show. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR.
70, but I mean, my success came in my 40s.
Yeah.
And it does make a difference. I know people are like, they say, like, does success really make a difference? Yes.
Yeah.
It does make a difference in terms of, because you spend so much time committed to something. Like with comedy, I mean, that's all I wanted to do, and that's all that I really am. And when you do that, after a certain point, there's no plan B. You know, you get 20 years into something, and all of a sudden you're like, well, I could always Oh man,
yes, you're exactly right.
There's nothing there. What the last job I had was a really legit job. I was a grill cook. You know, in college, I think, before I committed to comedy, or worked at a coffee shop somewhere. So it's not lost on me that it's sort of amazing that I've pulled it out in the second half here. But I am trying to appreciate it. Yeah, I'm trying to do nice things. I'll go ahead and fly first class if that's okay. And,
yes,
and the other
treat yourself, because you don't want to be that guy who shuns all.
No, I don't. But I also have that brain of a comic where it's sort of like, I don't know when this money's going to go away. Like, I don't know when the work's going to dry up. I don't know if I'm going to get that club date.
Right.
And I still have that survival kind of mindset.
Do you know what was very, very telling was, and I always reference it because I think it's probably as true a thing as you'll ever see, is Joan Rivers in her documentary right at the end there. She had her book, her schedule, and there was open space, even at her career, with the way everything was going. I got to fill that in. It says a day open. I got it. Right. So it never leaves you, does it?
It doesn't. No. But I'm always pretty busy. I'm like doing the comedy, and then I'm on. I do the TV show now, the Glow Show. We got one more season of that.
It's a great show.
Yeah, it's a fun show. And then the podcast
and Joker. All the stuff. I mean, that's.
I got a hot, like a tight 40 seconds in Joker.
Hey, you got more than Brian Callen.
Callen's like, is that him?
Yeah. Yeah, he got more than Gary Goldman.
No, Gary Goldman was kind of featured, but he's doing his act.
Yeah, I love him, by the way.
Well, it was funny because there's this whole thing where I did it was a longer scene with me and De Niro. Like it wasn't the whole movie, but we did a walk and talk thing heading up to the dressing room where we enter, and that's the scene in the Joker. But there's a whole other thing where I'm like, how you doing? What's going on? Let's not do this.
They excise that?
Well, because I asked the guy, Todd Phillips, I said, before I saw the movie, I said, am I in it? Did I make the cut? He goes, well, we cut the walk and talk. And I was like, all right. He goes, we had to, because he said, there's not a scene in that movie that doesn't involve the Joker. Yeah. So it's completely from his point of view, or he's always in every frame. So anything that didn't involve him, that he wasn't in, they took out. And it made sense to me. Okay. And he said that one, like that scene, that walk and talk, had nothing to do with Joker. So they really...
I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, it made sense.
You had a funny observation on Colbert you were talking about.
Because like... Yeah, I mean, I get this opportunity.
It's De Niro. It's freaking De Niro.
Well, people I'm fairly critical of Marvel movies, and I get, I've gotten a lot of pushback.
Well, as you can see, we're fans.
Yeah, but I get a lot of pushback from the grown male nerd community.
Yes.
Has it gets very mad at me. But when they found out I did Joker, they're like, "No, you're a hypocrite," and they're very excited that they think they won something.
Yeah. But we got him. We converted him.
No, they were like, this guy's opinion means nothing.
Right.
He's a sellout. but the bottom line is, you get a call from your agent, and they're like, "You want to do a scene with Joaquin and De Niro?" I'm like, it's in a comic movie. I'm like, no, I didn't. Yes, of course. What am I? Of course, I'm going to do that.
Yeah. Right.
So, all right. Can I ask you what your stance is on these comic movies? Because are you up there with like how Bill Maher feels about them?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, Bill has a tone.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's delicate. That's delicate.
And I don't know if I'm within that tone.
Okay.
I mean, I think you could put me in a mildly condescending.
Right. Sure.
I have a problem with it culturally, because I do believe that there's a fanatical sort of commitment to them. I do believe that because of their popularity, they do push out other entertainment options. And I do believe that, I don't know that as a grown-up, I've earned this age that I'm at. I don't want to feel sort of bullied to go see children's movies.
Okay. I understand that. I understand that
because people who like those movies, even if they're grown-ups, they're sort of like, come on. They're almost like the missionaries for them. There's just like a bunch of Disney stooges, who are trying to tell you it's like this is their life.
Well, right. I've been a fan throughout all my life, and so it attaches to pivotal moments of my childhood.
That. Sure.
But I understand it's the same way vegans try to push You know, the whole thing. And I
think one is more healthy. Like I don't think you're getting any health benefits
from
the Avengers movies. Well, Batman's like the DC Marvel's different. Like, and I've used that joke. Like when people were like, "Yeah, you're doing it's a DC movie." So, it's a little darker, a little more grown up. A little more grown up, yeah.
I do understand it because I love the movies. Yeah. I'm not a comic book guy. I didn't read the comic books growing up, so I don't have this like long vested interest in like, oh my God, it's finally happening.
I think it's a belief system.
Right.
I mean, these guys have been reading. Go ahead.
But no. My wife doesn't watch any of them, and I tried to have.
I think that's something a lot of men say.
But I tried to have this argument with her. I'm like, no, it's really, really great cinema. But now, like hearing you talk, I'm like, okay, you know what? Listen. You're allowed to not be into them, and I need to just kind of like drop it right then and there. Like, okay.
Wow, I think if this feels like some sort of peace talk.
We've made a breakthrough.
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to drop it right there. That's interesting. You sure you don't want to get online with an army of your peers?
No,
and talk
it's
about
too much work, man.
That's an argument nobody's ever going to win. So that's what gets me is why have that argument? Maybe just for the catharsis of having the argument itself.
No, I tell you why. And my producer Brendan has explained this to me is because this is a group of people that were sort of marginalized in a way. The nerds were always sort of the brunt of the joke.
Yeah.
And now they own culture.
They do.
And they're not going to let it go. So anybody that's going to start pushing at it, they're like, no! And it's always shrill and awkward, and they're having feelings.
Well, you look at, like, Scorsese just caught.
I think that was a reasonable
and he's
assessment.
just saying, and listen, if Martin, you certainly have to entertain Martin Scorsese's view on things. At its basic core, it's fun. That's what it is. It's a diversion. It's a harkening back nostalgically for me for childhood.
Right.
But it's not a I don't want to leave childhood. But I know what you're saying.
I get bored.
Yeah.
I'm bored.
Right.
You know what I mean? The stories are simple, and I get it. Like I know they're like you got to see the one with Hugh Jackman and what's that
Logan.
one? If you want to start, because I'm going to try to watch some.
Yeah.
Just for
watch Logan.
I think I'll start at the beginning. I've seen Iron Man.
Yeah.
I saw that, and I think that maybe Iron Man. I don't know.
It's okay.
You don't.
It's really okay.
Again, it's funny because we deal with obviously the station plays music and a song will come up and it's the ultimate subjective thing. How do you respond to music? But
it sucks.
People speak in concrete. This is great.
Yeah. It's the same with comedy. It's the same with everything. These things are subjective. You don't have to like them.
Right.
But I mean, my problem is with those movies generally, I really do get bored. I mean, if you're not thrilled by dudes flying around and throwing buildings and rocks and cars and things, I don't know. It was never my thing. And I read some comics, but even the comics I read when I was a kid were not those. I read like Swamp Thing, and then I went into the Gaiman stuff, Hellblazer and Sandman. I liked
good stuff.
I liked a lot of the underground world of comics. I like Daniel Clowes. I like that guy. What's his name? Burns, who does the 8-Ball comics.
So what do you
Peter
like?
Bag.
Do you like horror movies and stuff?
Nope.
Or you're not into that stuff?
No, I
like
have
monster
no
movies?
patience. No patience for that. Like, just kill the guy. I don't know what that feeling of suspense is not one of my favorite entertainment feelings.
What in the pop culture realm? What's your go-to genre? What do you most find yourself being drawn to when you go to a movie? If you have,
that's a good question. I don't know. I've been watching Succession.
Okay.
I just started watching that.
I love it.
Everyone raves about it. Yeah.
Well, the way they talk to each other is amazing. Because
Yeah.
it's not real, but it's like there's the emotional weirdness of the whole thing is great. I just rewatched the entire Breaking Bad.
Me too.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
you did?
Yeah. Well, Preston and I did a year or so ago, and now I've watched the last few episodes again because of the Netflix movie that's coming out with Jesse.
I went to the premiere.
Oh, how was
it?
Can we ask?
Whose phone is going?
It's yours, I think.
Is it mine?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. Dude, that happened at the end of Hamilton on Tuesday night.
Hey, it's time to wake up.
Yeah.
Is it your alarm?
It's 7:30.
Oh, my God.
I almost didn't wake up because I thought I said it and I didn't say it, but I woke up anyways. Yeah. The movie's good. It's good. It's almost like I think he made it just because he's like, these guys were so great. Let's just make one more movie.
Okay.
I can
one more
see
thing
that.
with this.
I'm fine with that.
But the premiere was great. I don't usually go to a lot of those, but because I'm on a Netflix show and I've done specials and I've been on a few of their shows, they invite me, and I was like, I'm going to go to this one.
Yeah.
So I wore this shirt, the one you kind of.
I love he's wearing a denim shirt that I really like.
Well, thank you. I mean, I know it's stiff. I know it's new because I knew the way you said it. It's like you're like, wow, where'd you get that shirt? It was a compliment, but they were sort of like a little new. It's a little. Yeah. Maybe you might want to break that in. But
is it itchy?
Where'd you get that brand new denim shirt?
Had an edge to it. Yeah. You just got that, didn't you? You know, it wasn't a full-on compliment.
Yeah.
Like, that's a denim shirt you got.
That thing is really denim, isn't it?
In the world of denim, that's passive aggressive.
Look, we got to work on him. We got to work on him.
That's hilarious.
But the movie.
Yeah.
So I'm still like crazy because I still get kind of starstruck, and it's just kind of because I walk the carpet. I don't have to, but I'm not in the movie. But then you get that picture. It's like also at the premiere, I was there, you know.
But I'm sure Netflix encourages you if you can because you're a Netflix.
Yeah, and I wore this denim shirt. That was the first. There it is. There's the picture you got. See, that's the denim shirt on its first appearance publicly.
Same pants too.
It is the same pants. I got 4 things, dude. I don't. I got 2 pairs of pants I wear at any one time and 3 shirts.
You're stylish.
I love the Us magazine where they say he really loves his, and it's like 5 pictures of you in the denim shirt.
And that's it. Yeah. Well, I'm breaking it in. So, but I get starstruck, and also there's a weird mixture of like, do people know who I am, and can I approach them? There's some of them I do. Like I saw Ed Begley there. Ed Begley gave me a big hug. And that's not
Ed
nothing.
Begley's great.
That's not nothing, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I saw Jonathan Banks. Who plays Mike.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if he does know me, but I walk up to him because I grew up in Albuquerque, and they shot the whole thing in Albuquerque.
Yeah.
And my buddy from 2nd grade lives in an apartment building that Mike just got a place in because they shoot out there all the time with Saul and everything else, and they've become friends. So I walk up to Mike. I'm like, my buddy Dave's your buddy, and he's like, oh yeah. And I'm like, and then I realize like he doesn't have no idea who I am. Like I don't think he does.
I don't think he gets starstruck.
Oh my God.
No,
Jonathan Banks. He does not impress me as the type that's he's pretty nonplussed.
But yeah, definitely. But the thing that got me, like, Cranston was nice to me because he's been on the show, and I saw Jesse Plemons, who I've not talked to, but he's like, he was, you know, he knew I was, and we talked. I listened to me. I'm like, some of them know me. Some of the celebrities know me. but
we get the same way.
I know, right?
Hey, we know David Faustino.
Yeah, he came here. Yeah. Was he here?
He was here.
Wow.
Kathy doesn't remember.
I don't remember.
Hey, Obama would know you if you walked into a room and he was there. He would recognize.
Yeah, I think he might remember.
That was pretty special.
Yeah, it was. The president came over. But 1 second, I
also want to find out. Yes, please.
So I'm at the premiere, and I hear from behind me over at people are sort of talking before the movie started, and I hear Hank's voice. You know, for Hank from the cop in Breaking Bad. And I didn't even know the actor's name, but I'm like, there's Hank! I want to talk to Hank! Like, when I interviewed Cranston, I swear to God, when I did, I was so immersed in the show, it was years ago, that I could not separate him from Walter White. Yeah. And like, throughout the entire interview with him, I'm like, I think I need to talk to Walter. So there's certain
Thanks, Kath. Real quick, I want to do a thank you to somebody who sent us a nice little gift. It was courtesy of Mr. Hollywood's 3D prints. And do you remember that the artist from Garbage Pail Kids who did Us?
Yes, it was great.
As Garbage Pail Kids. Well, they took that and they created it into this. It's hard to explain.
Diorama?
No, it's a piece of material that has it on it, but you can't really see what it is when you look at it. But when you add a light to it. It shines it up on the wall.
Does it look like that thing that you find on the tables at Chick-fil-A?
No, look at that. Marissa brought it in. But without the light behind it, you can't see what it is. It's hard to describe. But anyhow, it's this cool little thing, and we thank them. And Laura Reardon was the one who got in touch with me about that. But I might add that to the Sharts and Craft shelves.
Yeah,
that I have in the office where we have some listener-made gifts.
So the company can do this? Is that where they?
Yeah, she said if you have anything cool you'd like printed specifically, we'd be glad to donate some things and so on and so forth. So I guess they can help you out with that. So
I like it.
Mr. Hollywood's 3D print shop, very unique. It'd be a unique gift for someone.
So thank you for that. And it is time to do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Citizens Bank Park and the fact that Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band returned to Philadelphia for 2 shows. Citizens Bank Park, August 16th and 18th. Tickets are on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. Phillies.com/Springsteen. Actually, today,
It's today,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, so this is outdated. Yeah, so they go on sale 6 minutes ago. So sorry, you missed it. They're sold out. No, I wouldn't doubt it if they were. It's Bruce for crying out loud.
Yeah, absolutely.
So tickets are on sale now. All right, let's start with this story. A man has been found alive 11 years after his family thought they had cremated him when a body that resembled him was discovered in weeds at the side of a road.
Wow.
This was in China. The story,
So you got rid of me, eh?
The story has emerged in China this week, leaving millions on social media in disbelief over the bizarre case of wrong identity. Authorities revealed an old man behaving abnormally was reported to police by villagers. In August, officers took him in. However, they could not determine his identity, with the man refusing to answer questions. After several checks, police suspected that he might be Zhao Kenglu, a man who went missing in 2014 after escaping from a hospital after being sent there by his nursing home. His grandson saw a missing persons poster for the man and noticed his likeness to his grandfather. He went to visit the man, and on arrival, the man reportedly began crying. He was also able to write out the names of his family. Authorities were finally able to confirm the man was who he was after DNA testing matched his brother. A body believed to have been involved in a car accident in 2014 was previously identified as Zhu, and villagers and his cousin and niece and nephew identified the corpse as him at the time. Yeah, that's him. Go ahead and burn him. Yeah.
We burned the wrong body.
His nephew reportedly declined an autopsy, and the body was sent for cremation. DNA testing was for non-immediate family members was not available at that time.
Clear, yeah.
Authorities have declared that they are working tirelessly to determine the true identity of the man found dead on the roadside using DNA collected from the corpse at that time.
I can't blame them. When I'm walking along and I find a body in the tall grass, I incinerate it.
You just want to...
Yeah.
I mean, it's a nuisance.
Yeah.
It's an eyesore.
I'm not going to pick it up and throw it out.
No. So I got you. 6 tourists who went to the Jaldapara National Park in a vehicle on Saturday afternoon escaped with minor injuries after a rhino attacked the vehicle and overturned it. A woman in the group suffered a fracture to her hand. The driver and the guide also suffered injuries in the incident. In Jaldapara, which is the largest habitat of one-horned rhinos in the state, had a population of around 300 rhinos, but Saturday's incident was rare. A rhino attack has not been heard of in the area in the last 15 years. Sources said that in the afternoon, the tourists hired an SUV for a wildlife safari along with a guide. The SUV moved through the forest tracks and reached an area.
We're actually pretty benign. It's the hippos you need to worry about.
And there was another car behind them. The tourists saw a female rhino with her calf beside the road.
There you go.
When they were clicking photos and videos of the animal, the rhino suddenly turned, which made the guide alert the tourist. Are we watching the video?
Yeah, it flipped over, yeah.
It was evident that the rhino wanted to cross the road, and the driver put the vehicle in reverse. The rhino, by the way, hang on, I want to see this. I haven't seen this yet. We're watching the video of them running away, and
they're trying to back out of there as fast as they can.
And they go down the ditch and roll over.
Wow.
Fortunately, there was a roll bar on the vehicle.
The rhino with the calf behind suddenly
okay?
walked the road, charged towards the vehicle aggressively. Then it hit the SUV with its horn. The driver lost control, and the vehicle teetered off the road and fell to the side. The tourist shouted in panic while the rhino and its calf crossed the road and ran into the grassland. And a few people were taken to the hospital, but nobody was seriously hurt in that incident. Could have been killed easily.
Well, you come across anything that can be aggressive or deadly with a calf or whatever, it's going to be trouble.
Yep. A serious breach led to a delay in recovering a stolen car with a toddler trapped inside after a Volkswagen car tracking service demanded payment before it agreed to help.
That's bad PR right there.
According to the Illinois Sheriff's Office, the 34-year-old...
I don't care about you, baby. Pay up.
34-year-old woman returned to her home on Thursday after she took one of her children from the car into the home. The woman went to retrieve the other child, a 2-year-old boy, in the car. She found a white BMW had pulled into the driveway behind her Volkswagen. A man got out of the BMW, knocked the woman to the ground as she sought to protect her son before he drove off in her car with the boy still inside. As the carjacker and the driver of the BMW fled, one of them ran the woman over.
Whoa.
Causing what the sheriff's office describes as serious injuries to her extremities. The woman is 6 months pregnant, by the way. Jeez. Authorities contacted Volkswagen CarNet, a service that allows Volkswagen owners to control and track their cars from an app to find the car and the child inside. But the company would not track the vehicle with the abducted child until they received payment to reactivate the tracking device in the stolen vehicle.
Pay up!
A spokesperson said in a statement that Volkswagen takes the safety and security of its customers very seriously.
For a price.
But the sheriff's office said Volkswagen has a procedure in place with a third-party provider for the CarNet support service involving emergency requests from law enforcement. They have executed this process successfully in previous incidents. Unfortunately, in this instance, there was a serious breach in the process, and they're addressing the situation. Okay. They found the kid out on the road. After a person working at a nearby business called 911 to report having seen two cars enter a parking lot.
Got attacked by a rhino.
Where one driver abandoned the child before both cars fled. It was not immediately clear on how long it took the authorities to find the child. So the carjacker didn't know there was a kid inside, and they saw it, and they were like, "Oh my God!"
Yes,
and they left
That's
the kid.
kidnapping at that point.
Yep. All right, and then let's see. We'll do one more, and we will wrap it up. Let's go with. Okay, here you go. This is disturbing. Investigators released new details Friday in the investigation into a 7-year-old allegedly inspired by a slasher film to bring a knife to school.
Oh, geez.
And listen, he didn't just innocently bring it. The sheriff's office said further investigation into the incident revealed the student had the knife in their book bag, and a teacher noticed it when they opened it. A resource officer was notified and confiscated the blade. Investigators said the student did not brandish the knife. It was during a conversation with the principal. The student said that he intended to stab the teacher and students. The student also said they intended to stab a student that had been picking on them. They had not been made aware of any previous warnings from signs from the staff or faculty that would have promoted preventative measures. Investigators said the student's age prevents criminal charges. He's only 7 years old. But apparently, I think the kid said he was watching the Chucky films.
Ah, okay.
Yep. And
you learn from the best.
So further student student disciplinary measures are going to be addressed by the school district, and an additional investigation is underway to learn how the child gained access to the knife and whether there was any negligence from the parents or not. So there you go.
Maybe it's an authentic Chucky knife.
That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll get back and we'll see if you've been paying attention. We'll have the lesson question, trash music news, and then we're going to give away the Tattoos Day prize as well in a little bit. Stay put. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR. Your smart speaker can.
Great character actor. I felt myself excited. Like, there's Hank, and he sounds just like Hank talking to other people. But yeah, Obama is no Hank.
Right.
But exciting. Yeah.
Speaking of Obama, the podcast WTF with Mark Maron. 10-year anniversary, man. You've really made that just a mainstay, and it's you do it right. You kind of do what we like to do as a radio show. We just have conversations, and we dive into whatever comes up. You have a basic idea of what you want to talk about, but
you do your homework
a little bit. Yeah, poke around a little bit. Sometimes I miss things, but you got to get used to people saying like, "Why didn't you ask him about it?" Because you should have told it. No.
No, it's got to be on your terms. But you're so initially your interviewing skills, your chops, were they developed on like Air America, or did you have a good rapport, a conversation ability? Because I told you earlier before we went on that when we first started, our interviews kind of sounded like interrogations as opposed to just conversations. And when did this switch flip for you?
I think that's a style initially.
Yeah.
You want to get these moments. It was like the audio equivalent of clickbait.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. You're exactly right.
You kind of want to let's get them on this one. Like I don't do morning radio as much as I used to because I don't know what I'm walking into. I know you guys,
right.
But even phoners. You want to be on a phone with a bunch of monsters who are just looking to tear you down, and you've got no way to defend yourself because you're on a phone.
Yeah.
So. But my style really was more about inviting people I knew over to talk about my problems.
Yeah.
So having celebrities over to talk about my problems and maybe find some midway.
It's a disarming entree into a good conversation.
But I was in trouble. I was bitter. I was cynical. I had people I had to apologize to. But so it sort of evolved like that.
From like a 12-step almost.
Almost like I need to make an amends, or like do you like me, or like I'm not comfortable with you. But it was always very personal, and it just kind of evolved from there.
I know you've been dealing with nicotine withdrawal, and I wanted to ask you how that's going.
It's all right, man.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think I'm coming through it. I think I'm at like 7 weeks. And I wasn't even smoking, man. I was doing those lozenges.
So that was the deal, huh?
I loved them. I haven't
Did you ever flirt with the vaping thing?
No.
Okay.
No, I knew right away that there had to be something wrong with
Something's going to be an issue.
Well, what's in it? How are they making that? Who's in charge?
That's the question, isn't it?
I want to know if it's a kind of a well-known, historical cigarette company making me sick. These vapes, it's like, where's the goo coming from? What are you putting in there?
Where's your goo coming from?
If it's not Philip Morris or R.J. Reynolds, I don't want anything to do with that.
Chinese goo.
Chinese goo? What is it? How is that not going to be bad?
Well, why'd you start trying these lozenges? Who turned you on to that, or where'd you get the idea to do that?
Well, I've been wrestling with nicotine my whole life, but I haven't really smoked a cigarette in over a decade. So there was a period there. What happens with me is I got off the smokes. I think I had one cigarette during a Keith Richards interview, but I knew I was on the lozenges, and because he made me smoke with them.
All right.
Of course.
Right. Keith Richards,
and he's got a bit of charm when it comes to getting people to do things that are bad for you.
So we've heard,
He's done that to an entire generation, several. But no, and like I do the gum. It took me years to sort of quit, but then I kind of leveled off on lozenges. I was on gum for a while, but they're not good for your jaw. And then Tom Rhodes, another comic.
We've had him in.
He's great. Yeah, he turned me on to Walgreens cinnamon 4 milligram lozenges.
So cinnamon, okay. See, I was always the mint lozenge guy.
Yeah, no, I don't. And I don't do the mint. I don't mind them in a pinch. I'll do them.
Why cinnamon?
When you're an addict, you'll do anything. What do you got? The mini ones are too much for me. The little ones dissolve too quickly.
So were you in effect like chain sucking?
Yeah, for sure, man. Are you kidding? I loved it. I looked forward to them like cigarettes. So. But what happens to me is I'll get off everything like I am now, and then I'll decide, like, I think I can have a cigar.
Yeah.
And then I'll have a cigar, and then within 2 weeks, I'm having 2-3 cigars a day.
Yeah.
And I feel like my mouth is rotting. So then I got to get back on the lozenges to get off the cigars, and then I'm locked on those.
So you got to look at me because I'm the only one who's currently addicted to nicotine, and I 130% know exactly what you're talking about.
What are you on? Just the mints?
No. Now I'm on.
Oh, you're dipping? Yeah. The thing is, like with that, I've done that.
But but I'm not smoking.
But I'm not. I get it.
But my lungs are okay, Mark.
I get it. I mean, there was a period. I was getting imported snus from like Norway or Sweden. Like someone got me involved with snus.
Yeah.
Which was I think Swedish, right?
Yeah.
Originally. Yeah. But there's a whole catalog of. There's 100 different snuses from Sweden, and they say like it doesn't cause cancer, which is ridiculous.
You're not spitting.
But I was ordering this stuff that was so strong, like it was like heroin. Like, it's just a packet of snus, and I put it in, and I'd be like, oh, man, I got to sit down. But like in my mind, as a sober guy, I'm like, but I'm not doing anything bad.
Right.
You're sober too, guy?
I'm sober 7.5 years, and I was actually nicotine-free when I got sober.
Yeah.
And then about 3 months into my sobriety, I'm like, well,
you need something.
I need something. I got this gigantic hole that I need to fill, and I'm going to fill it with nicotine and caffeine, and that's kind of where I'm at now. But
my brother who had never smoked in his life, when he became sober, he started smoking.
Really?
Yeah.
I've been through. I got 20 years sober, so I've been through a lot of different options.
Yeah.
With the.
But I'm looking. You're not even drinking coffee.
You got food. You got nicotine. You got sex. Yeah, and those are my. If I can move those around, go through a rotation. Like the one thing I never do, thank God, is gamble. Gamble. No. I never got that sickness. I do not like losing money. I've never had an experience with gambling that I won so much money that I felt so great that I got to spend my life trying to do that.
That's funny. I get nervous while gambling. I don't. There's no rush or
that
high
is the rush. That the nerves. That is the rush.
Yeah, but
it doesn't work for you.
Right? Yeah.
Mark, have you ever seen some? Because I've seen a good friend of mine. The first time we went to Vegas, I saw that switch flip.
Oh man!
And I literally had to take his ATM card because he was gonna go hard.
Really?
Yeah. And I said, dude, you need to put this in check now because he would have tapped out everything. It was crazy.
I lost. I think the most I lost was $800 in an evening, and I'm still mad at the hotel.
Of course.
Like I have
I tapped out at like 40.
Yeah, it still hurts me.
More from the connoisseur.
Good food stories here.
Will it be fast food or fancy food?
Schnitzel.
Schnitzel?
Yeah.
Do you like schnitzel?
It's not bad. It's it's good. I mean, it's not great, but yum. Yeah, it'll do it.
Is that what Christoph Waltz is eating during Inglourious Bastards?
No, that's strudel.
Strudel, okay. Because I love me some strudel.
Schnitzel is very sweet.
Do you know what schnitzel is?
Is it? No. Is it a baked good? Is it a salty baked good?
It's pork.
Oh, then no.
Fried pork.
Okay.
Essentially, it's like a fried pork tenderloin, so it's not anything like a schnitzel.
I don't like it much. Yeah.
You don't like schnitzel?
Nah, I'm not a big schnitzel guy.
I mean, I like it. It's good enough. So anyhow, Schnitzel Fest event in Bavaria, Germany, apparently used 400 pork chops, 4,000 eggs, 551 pounds of breadcrumbs to create a giant schnitzel. And the resulting schnitzel is 2,663 pounds.
Wow. People must have been schnitting for weeks after.
That's good, dude.
You knew it was coming.
I just took a hairy schnit.
753.5 square feet is how big it is.
Wow.
I've had schnitzel in Germany, in Munich. We were having dinner, and I'm like, how can I not have schnitzel?
If you're going to have schnitzel, you have it there. So what did you think?
It's good. It's not great.
It's not rocking your world.
No, it's good. I'd order it. I've had it at other places as well, too.
It's funny when you have something that you think is authentic and then you later do have the authentic version of something and your opinion of it changes 180%, 180 degrees, I should say.
Organizers say it took nearly 3,700 gallons of oil to fry. A Guinness World Record adjudicator, how do you say that word?
Adjudicator?
Adjudicator, thank you. Was on hand to verify the schnitzel's measurements.
You say, call me just schnithead.
And certify that it broke the previous record of 1,212 pounds, so it blew that record away. And it was then split up into 4,800 portions and sold to attendees at the festival.
Yes, we put it on a conveyor belt and it comes right out to Schnitthorn.
Keep going. Do more.
What were you going to say? You were going to say something.
Well, so it's just a pork chop, basically?
Yeah, I don't know if it might be the tenderloin case. I'm not 100% sure what part of the pig it is. But yeah, it's like a fried pork chop or a fried tenderloin.
Yeah, I never really cared for pork chops.
Oh, man, I do love pork.
I know, and people, like my father loves them, and I like them only if they are incinerated to the point.
No.
That's the only way I can eat
You got to get them juicy. All right, well, anyhow, they made the biggest one in the world.
What cartoon has a character named Schnitzel?
That was Chowder.
Chowder, that's it.
And
okay.
Schnitzel would only say rattle, rattle. He never said anything other than that, rattle, rattle.
I was looking for that, and I came across something that says schnit in the bathtub, so I'm going to
Go ahead, let's hear what that is.
I don't know what that is, but...
Oh, no, someone decided to take a in the bathtub. Not again.
You know what that was from?
What is that from?
That OxyClean parody. You remember?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, that was funny.
That was very funny.
That was...
Where they add the dialogue.
Just take this effing thing right over here.
By enlisting for 18 months of service in the South Korean Army, J. Hope will reportedly serve as a prisoner of war. And there you go.
All right. All right, we're looking for somebody to give us an answer to this question, and we need to know which religion will eliminate your goiter. 215-263 WMMR. 'Tis Nicole that we go to. Hi there, Nicole.
Hi, Preston. I am feeling good, and I hope you are too.
Oh, of course I am. And I have the need to eat pizza after you said that. All right, so which religion eliminates goiters, Nicole?
Scientology.
Hang on, Nicole. You're going to get to go see.
I hope you are too.
Kevin James, the Irregardless Tour, Friday, June 16th at the Academy of Music, and tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. via kimmelculturalcampus.org.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, it's brought to you this morning by 5 Hour Energy. Replace your afternoon coffee with a 5 Hour Energy. It's perfect when you're feeling coffeeed out, and your stomach will thank you. Discover 5 Hour Energy, and you can learn more at 5hourenergy.com. I have just a couple things. Did we announce Weezer coming to town?
No, Pierre did yesterday.
He did. Okay. I thought, I'm like, I know Bill said something about it, but I wanted to make sure we didn't cover it. But in case you missed it, Weezer announced that they are going on tour this summer, and it's part of the Indie Rock Road Trip. And the tour will feature alternating support from the tour poster Modest Mouse and Mama, and Future Islands and Joyce Manor, Spoon, and White Reaper. Weezer will be coming to the Man, the TD Pavilion, and that will be on June 27th.
Weezer puts on a great show.
They do. And Nick, do you know who's playing here with them and their support?
I don't.
Okay, I'm not sure who it is.
Future Islands.
Okay.
That was
and Joyce
one.
Manor?
Maybe Joyce Manor.
Okay.
But I remember Future Islands being mentioned.
Joyce DeWitt.
And Joyce DeWitt.
Yeah. Wow, no kidding.
Back after all these years.
Yes, good,
and now
great.
she's opening for Weezer.
She has one of those one-man band rigs where she's got like the accordion and the cymbals between her knees. But
Okay, all right.
She does stuff you won't believe.
Listen, if Joyce DeWitt's doing that, I'll watch. Without question.
Casey's right. Future Islands and Joyce Manor. Does not. Well, it doesn't not say Joyce DeWitt.
Okay.
So we don't know that.
That's the trick they perform in every city. That's a special guest.
How do you not put Joyce DeWitt on the poster?
Sell some tickets.
You know? I mean, come on.
Would you?
And her one-woman band.
Would you really go? If
Yeah,
it was Joyce
God,
DeWitt?
yeah.
Oh, I thought you were asking, would you, as in leaving, would you have sex with her?
Would you chuck her one?
Would you chuck her?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. The problem was that Chrissy was there, and she took all the.
She was way better.
I didn't find
I thought Joyce
Suzanne
was pretty.
Summers. Yeah, she was okay.
Joyce is probably more fun though, right? Like
I would think so.
Chrissy relies
She'd
on her
have to
looks.
work harder.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Chrissy has, she skates by on her looks, and Joyce is like, I'm going to give you a good time.
I think Mrs. Roper would probably be the best bet because
She constantly wanted Stanley to bang her. She was
Right.
clearly deprived.
she was so desperate she wanted Stanley to bang her.
Well, doesn't he have a big unit? Don Knotts?
It wasn't
No,
Don
that
Knotts.
was Don Knotts. That's
wasn't
Mr.
Don
Furley.
He was Mr. Furley.
Right,
Yeah.
I get my
He was
yeah.
before
characters confused.
them, right?
Norman Fell played
Right.
Mr.
Yeah.
Roper.
And then when he passed away,
Yeah, the Ropers were first.
Oh,
and then-
Ropers were first,
Yes.
and then Mr. Furley?
Yes.
Okay.
Stanley.
I
But
love
Don
that
Knotts was
show.
hung, right?
he was a ladies' man. That's what they said, believe it or not.
Called him Don Nuts.
Yeah. Don
They
Nuts.
did?
Are you thinking of Milton Berle? Milton Berle was supposed to be well hung.
I'm thinking about Don Knotts.
The Don Knotts legend
Nuts?
has been, Don
Don
Knotts.
Nuts.
Yeah.
You know what he called it? His unit?
What?
Roscoe.
Roscoe. Lets this Roscoe do his talking.
All right, and then
Takes it over to Mount Pilot for a good time.
finally, I only have two stories of music news for you, which thank you for filling it with the Don Nuts stuff.
Did you guys know that LeVar Burton and Joyce DeWitt were a couple for a long time?
No, I did not know that. For real.
Yeah.
He taught her to read.
He taught her to read?
Reading Rainbow.
Wow. No, I didn't know that.
Thank you, Craig Legans.
Okay. Oh, it was Craig Legant.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for a dad joke when things like that come up out of nowhere. All right, Pearl Jam celebrating the 25th anniversary of the band's classic fifth studio collection, Yield, with a series of release events. The band
25th.
has just dropped a new spatial audio mix of the 1998 top 2 hit. According to the press release, the spatial audio release of Yield was produced and mixed by Josh Evans and Nick Rives, who previously collaborated on all of Pearl Jam's previous spatial audio releases. Evans, who began working with the band as an assistant engineer and tech during the making of the eponymous Pearl Jam, a.k.a. the Avocado album in 2006.
So when they're talking, the remix is spatial? Is it like Dolby Atmos? Or
Don't really know what spatial audio...
Well, we're in my Mandalorian helmet.
I'm not sure what a spatial audio release means. I assume it has something to do with the production of
Probably. It has to be.
You get that audio I sent over? Eddie singing "You Too"? We talked about it a little bit yesterday.
I saw it, but I think you sent it over this morning during the show, so I didn't get a chance to listen to it.
Okay.
Did you send it to Marissa?
I did. Yeah. It's
okay.
Them covering "In God's Country" over the weekend.
All right.
That's it. Right. Different take.
It's beautiful.
So anyhow, so he produced 2020's Gigaton, the first new Pearl Jam studio album in 7 years. Do we want to hear? Do you want to hear a little bit of that?
Yeah.
All right. Is it ready?
Yep.
Okay. Here we go.
You raise me
Fun fact: Josh Groban is a huge Pearl Jam fan.
Is he?
I swear to God.
I mean,
Shut the f*** up!
One more time.
You got me on that one.
You raise me Shut the f*** up!
As part of the commemoration, and we will get to the audio.
Yes, we will.
I think. As part of the commemoration, Pearl Jam has posted high-definition versions of their videos, Given to Fly and Do the Evolution. 2 rehearsal clips from the Single Video Theory documentary directed by Mark Pellington. That was a good video, by the way. It's a good documentary, which chronicled the making of that. Shot on 16mm film in downtown Seattle, November 1997, over the course of 3 days. Single Video Theory was released on VHS and DVD in 1998. The full-length Single Video Theory will be available in a newly up-resed high-definition edition.
What's up, Rez?
That was the first time they started actually opening up and doing interviews again, because they went really quiet for a stretch. They got tired of the press. They got tired of all the attention, and so they went internal. And then they did Single Video Theory, and it showed that they were willing to have a conversation again.
Well, they seem to be having a lot more fun these days.
I think that's true too. But this was 1998.
Yeah.
This is them playing In God's Country. One of my favorite U2 songs. Here we go. Dude, okay.
Shut the f*** up!
It's labeled. It's labeled over here as Pearl Jam U2.
You raise me Shut the f*** up!
all right, no, this is for real. Promise.
Okay, all right, it is. I can see the waveform. It's definitely different. Here we go.
Desert sky, the rivers run but soon run dry. We need new dreams tonight. Desert rose, dreamed I saw a desert rose, dressed all in ribbons and in bows, like a siren she calls to me.
It's a great song.
That is a great song.
Such a great song. And a really good version.
It gets better. I don't like as much the lower Eddie talking singing. When he hits the higher notes and harmonizes with Josh Klinghoffer and this other guy, Clint Walsh, I think it's more true and better to the U2 version.
There are aspects of Eddie's voice that I don't care for. And now that doesn't mean that I don't like him as a singer or frontman or Pearl Jam as a whole. I think they're wonderful, and I think he's an amazing frontman. But there are times at certain points in his voice where I'm just kind of
What you need to do is kiss my nuts.
What? Don Nuts?
Don Nuts.
Goes out to Andy Griffith's show, one of my favorite characters, Don Nuts, which I've just invited Preston to kiss.
Oh, God. Okay.
You want to hear? And this is really Pearl Jam.
Is this more of it?
This is part 2, I think.
Send me light, we'll punch a hole right through the night. Every baby dream and sky. She was on the other side.
That's cooler.
She is liberty. She comes to rescue me. Oh, faith and vanity, yeah. The greatest gift is gold. Sleep comes like a drug in God's ocean. Set us crooked crosses in God's ocean.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
I like that
part
a lot.
better.
Nick, what is this? I was thinking about the Pearl Jam the other day, and I can't remember the damn title of this song.
I could just look it up, but I figured I'll just ask you. But it's drink a bottle, pass it. Drink a bottle, take it down, pass it around.
Crazy Mary.
Crazy Mary, that's it. Thank you.
Did you watch Last of Us yet? The latest episode?
I did, yeah.
And that episode features a pretty obscure song called All or None.
I think that's what made me think of it yesterday.
And it's really good. I sent Casey an article about it last night, and one of the executive producers on The Last of Us is a huge Pearl Jam fan, and that's why he included that song. But it fits really nicely in the episode.
Oh, they're using. They used there's a merry-go-round.
Yeah.
It's a Cure version for the merry-go-round.
I pointed that out. Me and Carter were watching. I'm like, that's just like heaven. I'm like, it's a really cool version of that song.
The music on that show is terrific. I mean, there's a lot of great aspects of that. But
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Can he kiss your nuts?
Not like Nick.
No.
You're on thin ice. I got one nut out right now. You watch it.
Don nuts.
Oh, God.
One ball here ready for kissing.
Also coming out on Record Store Day, which is April 22nd, is Give Way, a long-sought-after holy grail of Pearl Jam rarities, which will be released for the first time ever on vinyl and the first time officially on CD as well.
You know, it's a great slow. Is it The List? Is that what the name of it?
Wish List? Or no, is it Wish List? Yeah,
that's on Yield.
That's a great song.
That is a great song.
Is that on Yield?
It is, yeah.
All right, so you had, I guess the hits off of Yield were Given to Fly, which is a great song. Do the Evolution was cool. Or am I thinking of Spin the Black Circle? Damn,
That's on Vitology. No,
I get my songs messed up.
Yeah. Yield was the
Here
record.
comes the second nut.
All right.
I was going to, whatever. It doesn't matter.
All right, it doesn't matter.
Let's just move on.
All right.
Show's almost over.
That's all we have in music news for you this morning.
I was going to say other stuff, but I'll just do a podcast later.
All right, that's all you got to do. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we will wrap today's program up. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I saw this story. I thought this was kind of interesting. A pair of panties belonging to Adolf Hitler's wife, Eva Braun, sold at auction for around $6,000 over the weekend.
Oh, geez.
The pink...
Put on the panties!
Yes, the pink...
The ones that I like, the pink ones!
The pink silk panties, embroidered with Braun's initials, came from a private European World War II collection. They were sold to an anonymous UK telephone bidder.
These are like bloomers.
Who also bought her, you're right, they're huge.
Yeah.
Who also bought her white lace night dress for $5,000. You know there's some guy wearing these things staring in the in the mirror.
Fatherland!
Yes.
Oh my God! You know, as obviously as staggeringly aberrant as Hitler was, with all of his little things like his all the weird, creepy stuff. Mm-hmm. Him having sex is at the bottom of the list of things I want to think about Hitler doing.
Yeah. Auctioneer Jonathan Humbert said that there was perennial interest in items from the Nazi Germany area. In the same auction, a bracelet presented by Goering's wife, Emmy.
I got you something.
Sold for about $3,000.
Oh my gosh, he went to Javid.
The gold-plated bracelet dated 1938 has a central locket with a swastika and opens up to reveal
swastika on it?
a picture of Hitler, of whom Goering was a close confidant, of course. So there was a picture of Hitler in this locket that he gave to her with the bracelet.
That's right there. Too cute to not commit genocide.
Oh, my God. Happy wife, happy life. I actually said that phrase to somebody the other day, a minute, and it's
the truth. Mm-hmm. Honestly, and you know when things, you walk in and you can feel it in the air.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
I know.
Oh no.
And then when I say it's because you're on your period.
Oh my God.
You said that one time and you never said it
Is
again.
it girl things? What did you say?
Oh my God. They turn into Rambo. Yeah. They turn into Rambo.
gonna get bloody.
I'm
coming for you.
Oh my God, Kathy, what were you going to say? Oh,
having my period, having to use feminine hygiene products, spitting on us, calling us baby killers.
And we know it. It's so bad. I hate it, but listen,
use it.
I'm an animal.
I do
once a
again.
month.
As I've said, my it's pretty even keel. I don't have the Jekyll and Hyde thing. You know,
No?
yeah,
God,
never
you're
had
lucky.
that.
What country was Hawaiian pizza invented? 215-263 WMMR. We will go to Kara and see if she knows the answer. Hey, Kara.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, Kara. So, do you know what country Hawaiian pizza was invented in?
Canada.
That's correct.
Yeah. They call that the Big Island, Preston.
Because it used to be, it was pineapple and Canadian bacon, which is essentially ham anyway. But I remember when you first would order, or at least I remember when I first ordered Hawaiian pizza, that it was advertised as pineapple and Canadian bacon.
There you go. Would never have guessed.
It's like a nightmare for me.
I love it.
Really?
The cooked fruit situation for me. It's
yeah,
like
that's
I'm out.
right.
I'm just out.
That's right. Any hot fruit.
Yeah.
There's a band name, Hot Fruit. Damn it. I got to write these down.
Romano, come down and see my new band, Hot Fruit. We sizzle.
We're sick.
They sizzle.
I'm sorry. Did I hear that again?
I'm Captain Romano, come see our new band, Hot Fruit. Boys, we sizzle.
Hot Fruit. All right, anyhow.
What do we play? I'm interested.
That's a good question.
Nothing but Shania Twain.
All night.
Oh.
Let's go, girls.
All right.
You want some Hawaiian pizza?
Hot fruit.
And the director, by the way, is a guy named Jim Mickle. He's from Pottstown.
Oh, Jim Mickle.
Oh yeah, actually, he did a movie I've mentioned before, a vampire movie, a really good vampire movie called Stakeland.
No kidding.
Yeah, really well done.
Okay.
Kathy just got a message.
Kathy just wants
Everything
to.
okay?
Yeah, she just wants to listen to some music.
Yeah.
Turned over to B101.
I'm trying to win the
Station I
prize.
really love.
I'm trying to win Richard Marx tickets.
Can you guys be quiet?
Can you guys just take a break for a minute?
By the name, it's RONANO.
Oh my God, thank you. I'm so
I
excited.
can't. I'm at work.
Yeah, you can't get more excited.
Yes. You can't get more excited that you just won tickets. I can't. I'm at work.
I work at WMMR. I do the morning show.
Well, can you go outside and scream?
Kathy at WMMR.com. You can't win this.
You could actually walk one block down and pick up the
Thank
tickets.
you. Guys, I'll be right back.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
I noticed.
Just notice more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
The Cold War. CW.
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. So all the jokes were told between Soviets but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person.
They're not clear on what the purpose
or was
of this
it for their
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at
So
the CIA.
there's a lot of Yakov Smirnoff stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, you want to hear the joke?
Please tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States is so free that he can stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, 'To hell with Ronald Reagan,' too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. We're What?
No, I didn't say it
No.
was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of the man waiting in line. 93.3 WMMR REM. Shiny, happy people. That's us all, isn't it? We're happy. We're beaming because Cardboard Classic is coming up. It's on Friday. We're just a few days away. And get ready for this whole thing to take place. All of the information, should you need to find out, is at WMMR.com. You can even text word cardboard to 39333. We'll send you a link. Things like maps of the area and all of that is right there for you to navigate and get yourself ready for Cardboard Classic.
And there's a Dunkin' right near the hotel, Preston.
Yeah,
you can't beat that. Yeah.
Yep. So we're going to be good to go for that. And this is our first time out, and we hope it'll be your first time as well. For those of you who are regular attendees, we welcome you with open arms. But first timers, let's make it happen, man. Let's have this be an experience unlike you've ever had before.
It's the beginning of a legend, of an annual event that we love in a new place.
Yep. I would like to thank our guest who was in the studio this morning, Mr. Chris Turner.
Yeah.
Stand-up comedian, Helium Comedy Club tonight. And he's also one of the great freestyle rappers. It was unbelievable what he did.
Can't argue.
Off the top of his head, we gave him 5 bizarre things that had nothing to do with anything. And he did this like 2-minute rap that was fantastic.
Included the word cephalopod in it.
He did. Yeah, all kinds of stuff in there. So thank you. And let me see. Well, I guess we'll get that winner in a second. We want to welcome Pierre Robert.
Hey.
What was the Brit's name?
His name was Chris Turner.
I tuned in during it, and I'm going, who is this? And what is he doing? And is he an actor? Is he a singer? Is he a comedian?
He's a comedian.
Because I couldn't figure out who it was you were speaking with, but it was very entertaining.
Yeah, so
very bright guy.
He does a lot of improv, and one of his bread and butter is the fact that he can ramble off these things off the top of his head, completely unscripted, and he takes suggestions from the audience, and then he just goes. And so we gave him some various things that we had been talking about on the show.
I heard it.
Yeah.
I mean,
awesome.
it was just like, wow.
Yeah.
The only person I know that's that quick is Steve Morrison, but in a different way.
I'm not that quick.
Well, I mean, but you quick in a different way. But I mean, I just that was really, really cool.
Yeah, no,
nice
very
guy.
impressive, and yeah, very. And apparently, at the you can see him at Helium, obviously, but at the Comedy Cellar, they love him so much that they have him up in New York. He plays every day. I mean, he's constantly on their bill.
What's going on over here?
What are you laughing at?
I'm just glad he's here to keep our studio clean. Like, he's just a mess over there.
You making a total mess over there?
Yes.
I'm putting sugar in my coffee.
In his half
Is it getting in your coffee?
Yeah.
What's left in the cup?
Or are you doing lines? What's the...
I once watched a musician snort a line of sugar, which was very bizarre. But no, I spilled a little of the
That
coffee
musician
on
was
my-
Josh Groban, Preston.
Oh, wow. I had no idea. That was Josh Groban who actually snorted.
Beautiful song. I spilled a little coffee on my paper that has stuff that was on it, and then I'm putting my sugar and coffee in as I'm talking, which is
harder than it sounds?
Well, no, but Kathy finds it utterly disgusting and is going, thank God I'm so far away. And Nick is finding her reaction humorous. And so the two of them are having a little guffaw at
I
my
don't
expense.
think you're disgusting. You're just
I
a
am
mess right
disgusting.
now.
It's funny, though, because you'll casually look into Pierre when he's on air, and his current documents look like Revolutionary War parchment paper because they've all had coffee spilled on them.
They've been yellowed.
Yeah.
Oh, I spilled coffee on some of the documents. You have to sign these logs, that for the time that you come on and the time you go off, and you do these little readings and stuff. And Rob will come in, one of the engineers, he goes, "You didn't spill again." Or I'll spill it on the commercial log, and Kim will come in and go, "Pierre." I go, "Well, it was just an accident." So there you go.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a time when I sort of feel the way you are looking right now. And for as much as I do it, as much as I try, I can't get myself together to look like I'm put together. But when I go skiing, my skis, my poles, like I can't carry it from the lodge to the mountain without like something falling, a glove falls out, like whatever it is. Like I can't look like I'm this, I've been skiing my entire life and I still can't.
Well, we
look
have to
like
record that walk.
It's like, it's unbelievable. And then like buckling the boots and I'm bending over. Like it's not pretty. Once I get off the lift and at the top of the mountain, I'm great.
You're good to go.
But from that point, not so much.
There is a lot of lugging to skiing or snowboarding. There's a lot of paraphernalia, gloves and outfits and goggles and all the rest of it. And it's easy for any one of them. Back in the day of skiing, I mean, and I still ski as opposed to snowboard, but you would put your two skis together and put it over your shoulder and then hold your poles in the other hand and then walk to the lift. But invariably, the two skis would come apart, and then one of them would fall, and you'd think you're looking really cool and butch and macho, and then you look like a, complete moron. Or I do, anyway.
I even have like a matching outfit, like I make sure I match.
Like
and
a snow bunny?
It's like a little snow bunny, and then I'm like crashing onto the mountain.
That's why gurning is my sport. It's easy. You can show up and do it anytime. Just make faces.
Curling, did you say?
Gurning. Where you swallow your...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Marvelous.
It's not taxing.
I don't really know.
Preston, we were at the Gurney Festival last year.
Oh, yeah. Gurney,
it was in Sweden.
I've been on many gurneys.
You going to bring your skis out on Friday?
No, I don't think so.
There's
But
gurning.
I'm going to observe people doing it. But I'm really looking forward to the new venue and the new place and the whole thing. I think it's going to be
They got
lots
snow
of fun.
last night, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're getting prepped for Friday.
It's going to be cool.
Fabulous. All right. How about we get a letter for the peeps? Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
L, as in lovely photos of Nick's colon, posted recently on Twitter.
Instagram.
Or Instagram or some gram, I don't know. But it was very cool what you did, actually, because you promoted getting colonoscopies, and it's a very important thing to do as a health check. And they do give you those photos of the internal of your colon, and I've never seen anyone post.
Seriously.
But it was very cool, though, because it's a cool thing to do, and we should all get colonoscopies.
By the way, we have 3 cases of the new Surfside Starter Pack, a variety of their lemonades and iced teas, plus the Surfside hat and 2 stateside rocks glasses, a Surfside tin tacker metal sign, and flag.
Tin tacker.
Surfside iced teas and lemonades are proudly made with stateside vodka. They have 100 calories. 2 grams of sugar and are 100% non-carbonated. You can visit statesidevodka.com to find a retailer because it's always summer with Surfside. It is Tuesday, and that means we need to do the Tattoo Tuesday winner. So I'm going to take care of that now before we find out what Pierre's got coming up. We want to congratulate our winner. It is Owen Donia from Pittman, New Jersey. Owen gets a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. Tattooing on the President Steve Show is presented by Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. They're at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. And for artwork samples, visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. With that, what's up on the entertainment program today?
Well, you just played Shiny Happy People, which is such a great song from R.E.M. Cindy Wilson of the B-52s is the female vocalist you hear in the background, both bands, B-52s.
Actually, it's Kate Pearson.
Kate Pearson,
Yeah,
right? It's
sorry.
Cindy...
Yeah, Cindy Wilson and Kate
Wilson
Pearson.
and Kate Pearson.
Yep.
Kate Pearson is the one who's singing back.
Yes,
correct.
Yeah.
Which brings me to my point that she's not in... Well, I'm going to do a block of the B-52s because Cindy Wilson has a birthday today.
Excellent.
But Kate Pearson is the one who sings in the background of Shiny Happy People. I love that you played that. Anyway, B-52's block, a block of the Struts, and it went on sale at 10 a.m. this morning, so a nice big block of Bruce to go along with everything else.
Love it. All right. I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show brought to you today by Duncan. The President Steve Show runs on Duncan.
Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Tomorrow on a program, Wednesday, Secret Text Word, Fox Good Day, and Kevin Nealon.
Hey,
Will
awesome.
be on the show, too.
Kevin's great.
Always great to talk to him. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day. Hang out with Pierre, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.